Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
And good Friday morning to you. It is October 14th. We want to start with your weather, and not Justin Chambers, but we've got meteorologist Amy Aronson for us today on this Purple Friday. Good morning, Amy.
Good morning, Taylor. Yeah, looks like it's going to be a drier day ahead of us. We've got all the rain past us, and the radar is already looking much improved. Now, the roadways are still wet since the rain just recently moved out, but at least our latest scan not really picking up on any active rainfall right now. So that is good news to kick off this Purple Friday. If we take a peek at where temperatures are at, not bad, off to a comfy start, beginning the day in the low to mid 50s. Now, I am still giving your morning drive the yellow light just because it is a little damp out there this morning, so be prepared. The roadways may be a little slick, but otherwise we should actually see some clearing, especially after sunrise. That's coming up at 7:15 this morning. Clouds should give way to sun, and that's actually going to bring our temperatures back up again today. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I'll let you know exactly how the rest of the weekend compares and when we are tracking our next weather maker. Taylor?
All right, now for a quick look at the Stoller traffic network. As you can see, those drive times are smooth and the roads very clear as people get out there and make their commute this Friday. Breaking overnight, a man left for dead following a shooting on Reisterstown Road and Belhier Avenue. Now, just after 7 p.m. last night, police say they found a man unresponsive in the front seat of a car. Medics pronounced him dead at the scene. Now, this is just the latest event in a very violent Thursday in Baltimore. Police are now investigating multiple shootings, all happening on the same day. The first happening Thursday just before 3 a.m., where cops responded to Boone Street on the city's east side, where they found a 42-year-old man with gunshot wounds. That man is expected to survive, but just 2 hours later, police discovered a 27-year-old man shot to death on Woodbrook Avenue. Then Thursday afternoon outside a Cherry Hill convenience store, another shooting near the complex by Carter Woodson Elementary School. Baltimore police say they found a 23-year-old man shot in both legs, along with 2 other victims. All 3 are now recovering at the hospital. A nearby store employee laid out the chaotic scene, saying one of the victims ran into his store for help.
I just seen him running in, and he said, "Somebody help me, I got shot." And I thought it was fake at first. I'm like, really? And then he started collapsing, and that's when I knew it was real. And then my other employee went to go proceed to lock the door so we won't get hurt. So that's basically all that I saw, and he just collapsed it right there. And then from there, we just started, all of my employees just came up to help him.
Now, police still have not released any information on a motive or possible suspects. Baltimore County Police are asking for your help in solving the case of a 14-year-old high school football player who was shot and killed after his game last month. Police now say they believe there's cell phone video that may have captured this murder and the events leading up to it. They're asking anyone who has that video or knows where it may come from to come forward. And this morning, Baltimore City Police investigating an attempted ATM theft. According to police, the suspects, identified as 2 black men dressed in all dark clothing, attempted larceny at the New York Chicken and Grill on Bel Air Road around 3 p.m. yesterday. Police said the suspect used a stolen 1996 light blue Dodge Caravan. Shannon Lilly will have the latest on this attempted theft and the growing trend for these kinds of crimes. Shifting gears now to a crisis in the classroom, another attempt to address the violence in Baltimore County classrooms as school leaders talk about school safety during a town hall. Fox 45 News has seen several videos just like the ones you're seeing on your screen and heard from families concerned for their children's safety so far this school year. Now, a lot outlining policies currently in place addressing some of what they said is the false information that's out there about how they've responded to school violence, while acknowledging there is a problem, but one the superintendent says they can't fix alone.
We've strengthened our processes and rules and deployed additional supports to schools. There's a narrative in the community that we are not holding students accountable for their behaviors. That simply is not true.
Olivia Dance will have more on what came of this virtual town hall ahead in our 5 o'clock hour. Now, we've also seen a rise in violence in Baltimore City schools. Now, just yesterday afternoon, police arrested a student at Bluford Drew Jemison STEM Academy in East Baltimore after police say he was carrying a loaded semi-automatic gun at school. A 13-year-old boy came to Fox 45 News with this story, saying he was mugged and robbed outside of Kipp Academy in Baltimore. The boy's aunt says her 8-year-old son was also assaulted. The young suspects tried to run away with a watch before the boy's uncle chased them down. And during the first week of classes, a Mervo High School student shot and killed during dismissal. Police say by a student from another school. First on Fox, new faces litter the Maryland ballot this November, from the governor's race to the courtroom. Ivan Bates is running unopposed to Baltimore's next city state's attorney. He sat down for an exclusive interview with Fox 45 News, saying he'll bring a firm prosecution style to the city.
I've heard from a couple of defense attorneys that their clients have asked them to hurry up and bring their cases in before January.
Really?
Because they heard Bates is coming and Bates isn't playing. That is true. I am coming and I'm not playing.
Now stick with us this morning, because coming up in the next half hour, we'll have Mackenzie's full interview with Ivan Bates. Now you can also go ahead and find it on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Candidates for governor get heated over the topic of electric cars here in Maryland. Now, while Democratic candidate Wes Moore says he's for transitioning towards electric, Dan Cox wants to pump the brakes. Now, the move to electric got mixed reviews from Maryland's drivers. Beyond just the feeling of the government overreach, many say the cost of an electric car is really what's driving them in another direction.
I just bought this less than a year ago, and the price of gas back then was really high. So I considered buying it, but the cost was about $10,000 to $15,000 or $20,000 more.
Even hybrid is more expensive. I would do hybrid, but more expensive to buy.
According to Kelley Blue Book, the average car price for an electric car is about $66,000, which is just another roadblock. Ramping up production and the revamping of automotive workforce. Charging stations also limited and sometimes unreliable. Environmentalists and economists say the switch could be worth it, though, in the long run. Governor Larry Hogan announced he's named Lieutenant Governor Boyd Rutherford to oversee the transition of power in the next administration. Rutherford will also assist with the incoming administration as they settle into the government house. Governor Hogan says Maryland is fully committed to a smooth and orderly transition of power. Progress made at the Back River wastewater treatment plant just ahead, what they're showing the results. And we've got drier weather ahead, but still mild conditions. Just ahead, meteorologist Amy Aronson lets us know what our weekend forecast will look like.
4:40 on this Friday morning. Temperatures will be warming today, right into the low 70s. Nice mild day ahead of us. Same for tomorrow and same as we get into Sunday. But after that, I'm tracking a massive cool down. I'll let you know exactly when that gets underway in 10 minutes. Taylor.
New findings this morning highlight progress made at the embattled Back River wastewater treatment plant after several reports of sewage and contaminated water for the better part of the year. The Back River Restoration Committee took another round of water samples just weeks after Fox 45 News took the tour inside the plant. Results were encouraging, but the work is far from finished.
We didn't see any of that brown, murky stuff that we were seeing inside the pipes before. So those are all promising signs, but the plant is still out of compliance as a whole. So there's still a lot wrong there.
Now, the Back River Restoration Committee says some of its recent water samples have detected elevated bacteria. Baltimore City and the Maryland Department of Environment have reached an agreement to keep the Maryland Environmental Service on site for at least another few months. Social Security recipients are primed to get their biggest payment raise since 1981. The most recent cost of living adjustment boosts payments by nearly 9%, or about $140 a month. That increase also comes as Medicare premiums see a drop.
It is a common mental health problem when it comes to our faces and our body. I'm Liz Bonus. 1 in 50 of us have it. She is working to conquer it. We will share more just ahead.
And here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Gian Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, new numbers hitting every day on the troubled economy, yet we continue to uncover wasteful government spending. Wait until you hear our latest Waste of the Week. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
And you can always watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. Meeting virtually has led many of us to feel a bit more self-conscious about how our faces look on screen. But mental health specialists warn it's also led to a rise in a common appearance-related disorder you may have never heard about. Reporter Liz Bonus explains.
Hey there, everybody. For months now, we've been following Brianna Tenenfeld's very personal journey to face her own fear. She decided to take specific steps to confront a health concern so common, it is estimated 1 in 50 of us have it.
I've struggled a lot with body dysmorphia, basically as long as I can remember.
Body dysmorphia is the feeling that something about your own body isn't the way it's supposed to be. In Brianna's case, it's her nose.
What I see in the mirror brings me so much discomfort that it makes day-to-day living basically impossible.
What separates her discomfort, however, from, say, the rest of us who don't like how we look on screen is that with dysmorphia,
that thing that you perceive as wrong would not be noticed by other people.
Dysmorphia got amped up with all our pandemic screen time. For Brianna, that translated to,
it's not even about this, it's about this on me.
So in an effort to heal both the mind,
a lot of my life has been lost to this crippling fear,
and the body, she decided along with mental health support, she was going to get a nose job.
We performed a rhinoplasty. It's actually called a septorhinoplasty.
As this video provided by Ohio's Advanced Cosmetic Surgery and Laser Center shows, Dr. John Mendelson carefully customized her look.
And the most important thing really is during that process, not just sharing information about the procedure, but setting expectations.
Based on Brianna's first peek, no bandages.
God, I'm scared. Oh my God, it's so different. Oh my God.
It appears her expectations were met. Brianna admits she still has a long way to go. Dysmorphia can be so intense for some, they have to overcome the idea that
I'm a monster. I can't go out because my appearance is so hideous it's going to offend others.
I'm curious how much the outside now has sort of made a difference on the inside, or how has it made a difference on the inside?
On the inside, I still think I'm myself. I just think that I'm a better version of myself. I'm a version of myself that is a little less anxious. I'm a version of myself that feels a little bit better about the way I look.
Brianna now, of course, continuing both that medical care and mental health support. She says she hopes if you are struggling with dysmorphia, you too will reach out for help. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Now back to you.
Alrighty, let's get over to Amy Aronson with a look at our forecast today. Amy, how are we looking?
Yeah, we are looking much better, just in time for the weekend. Also, if you're in search of some fall foliage, you're in luck. We're starting to see some patchy fall colors show through in central parts of the state, actually even across the bay along the eastern shore now. If you want to see some of the more vibrant fall colors, you've got to travel west to extreme western parts of the state. That's where they're starting to pop there. At least the Inner Harbor looks better. We're not really tracking any rain falling right now. We are just cloudy to begin, with temperatures starting off in the cool mid-50s. We are looking forward to a drier weekend ahead of us with a couple of very comfortable days and some cool nights. Now, the rain's going to return by the very tail end of the weekend, by late Sunday, and that's going to take us into early next week. But right now, we are just saying goodbye to weather maker number one. That's a cold front in an area of low pressure that's pulling away from us, taking all the rain along with it. Eventually, the clouds will follow, and we will see some clearing. And as that happens, our temperatures are going to warm to very seasonable levels. Here's a preview of where we end up today. We end up in the mid and upper 60s. As we get into your Friday night, we continue to see some clearing and, as a result, some cooling. It's going to be cool out there tomorrow morning. We start the day off in the mid 40s and low 50s. As we head through Saturday afternoon, though, for the Baltimore Marathon, we're going to be warming up very quickly. Looks like we end the day in the very mild low to mid 70s. As we head towards the second half of your weekend, similar to start, dry and cool to begin Sunday morning. As we head through the afternoon, I think we will see some increasing clouds, and that's going to keep our temperatures down in the upper 60s before that next weather maker gets here. But today we've got sunshine returning, perfect for all your fall activities on this Friday. Temperatures do end up right around where they should be, mid and upper 60s. Tonight's going to be a perfect one to hang by the fire pit. Temperatures will be cooling after sunset, and we are looking at clear skies for the rest of the night with temperatures ending up in the mid 50s this evening. Quick preview of what to expect for the Baltimore Marathon tomorrow. Looks like we'll start off dry and cool, perfect for the runners, with temperatures in the low 50s to start. And it's going to be warming up, actually. By the end of that race, temperatures will be ending in the mid-60s by midday. And then low 70s to end your Saturday. Little breezy out there, but a nice mild breeze. I am tracking some showers starting late Sunday. Most head into Monday. That's when that next weather maker moves through. That should wrap up early Tuesday with a leftover shower. But I do want to step out of the way to show you what's coming after that. It's going to be blustery. It's going to be much cooler. Actually, the coolest air of the season so far. That means we've got a stretch coming up with highs only in the 50s and some overnight lows in the chilly upper 30s. Taylor?
All right, now to the Stoller Traffic Network, looking at those live cameras in Baltimore. As you can see, folks are starting to get on the road, but everything is looking very smoothly. But let's check in for mass transit. We've got Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Taylor. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the light rail link system, you'll find single tracking in place due to maintenance and a 15-minute delay in your travel. Certainly allow time for travel. The single tracking is between Lutherville and Falls Road. Stops allow time for travel there. Metro subway link often going on time in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. No delays or issues. And Mark Train showing no major delays. Off to an excellent start there on the Camden, Penn, and Brunswick lines. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Fox 45 goes one-on-one with the presumptive next top prosecutor in Baltimore. What Ivan Bates feels are the key issues plaguing the city.
Major development in Washington as former President Trump is subpoenaed to testify for his role in the January 6th attack. I'm Scott Thuman with what it means and what else was revealed Thursday.
We're taking a live look this morning over Capitol Hill. It's a big day in our nation's capital. The Congressional Committee investigating the January 6th attack on the Capitol subpoenaed former President Trump on Thursday. Sinclair chief political correspondent Scott Thuman has the latest on this major development.
All along, the committee has been laying blame on Donald Trump for the attack at the Capitol, denying the election results and sparking that violence. Now, they are trying to hold his feet to the fire, force Trump to answer questions and defend himself.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, there are 9 ayes and 0 noes.
The committee voted unanimously to formally subpoena Trump to speak under oath. That on the same day, by the way, that lawmakers laid out this very detailed case that Trump's inner circle advised him even before Election Day how to declare that he won, even if he didn't, and then how to claim widespread voter fraud even when he was made aware that wasn't the case. Additionally, new evidence on Thursday indicated that Trump admitted privately that he lost, but of course publicly said the opposite.
The need for this committee to hear from Donald Trump goes beyond our fact-finding. This is a question about accountability to the American people. He must be accountable.
We are obligated to seek answers directly from the man who set this all in motion. And every American is entitled to those answers, so we can act now to protect our republic.
Previous court rulings have indicated that Trump probably couldn't claim executive privilege because he's no longer president, he's considered a regular citizen, and therefore the committee could try to have him held in contempt if he chose not to appear. They could then refer it to the Attorney General for possible charges, but it is unclear how and if that would all play out. On Capitol Hill, I'm Scott Thuman.
Former President Trump responded to the subpoena on his social media platform, Truth Social. In a post, he asked why the committee waited until the end of the meeting to ask him to testify. The former president writes in the post, quote, because the committee is a total bust that has only served to further divide our country, which, by the way, is doing very badly, end quote. The former president calls the committee a laughingstock all over the world. Now, meanwhile, the U.S. Supreme Court will not weigh in on the former president's legal fight against the FBI. Now, Trump had pressed the highest court on an issue related to the agency's seizure of documents at Mar-a-Lago. Now, other than that, rejecting the plea, the court did not otherwise comment on the former president's emergency appeal. Trump's legal team has asked SCOTUS to overturn a lower court ruling and permit a special master to review those documents. Stocks surged yesterday. The Dow gained 827 points, the S&P 92 points, and the tech-based NASDAQ 232. It was back and forth all day on Wall Street after a major sell-off earlier in the day following a rougher-than-expected inflation report. Stocks bounced back. Investors might be expecting price spikes to ebb even sooner given today's report. That report revealed in September Americans paid 8.2% more for everyday needs than they did last year. Clothing is up 5.5%, rent up more than 7%. But it's grocery prices that are really driving inflation overall. The price of groceries up 13%. Some Americans say they're just struggling to keep up.
Basically, just navigate through the sale items. Yeah. That's what you got to do.
Now we are going to have to choose up here in the Northeast. Do we want food, medications, or heating oil?
The inflation report might have increased the chances of a recession. It gave the Federal Reserve no reason to stop restrictive monetary policies like raising those interest rates. But some relief is coming to at least 70 million Americans on Social Security. The average monthly payment will go up for more than $140 sometime in the next year.
Still enforce the law because at the end of the day, we have to hold people accountable.
The city's likely next top prosecutor lays out his plans to rebuild the state's attorney's office and curb crime in Baltimore. An exclusive interview with FOX45 News just ahead.
New this morning, police confirming yet another attempted ATM theft. Coming up, we are live with the details and this growing trend. And in wake of the rain yesterday, I am tracking drier days ahead just in time for the weekend. I'll let you know exactly what that means for our temperatures in a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Just about 5 o'clock on this Friday, October 14th. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. We need to check in with meteorologist Amy Aronson and see when that rain will officially be gone and out.
Yeah, it's working on it. It's going to be out shortly, and then eventually the clouds will actually follow and we'll brighten things up just in time for the start of our weekend. Right now, we are just tracking a few lingering showers. If I put this radar into motion, you'll notice most of them are actually already on their way out of here. Right now, we are just dealing with the left behind wet roadways plus the extra cloud cover. But as you step out for the bus stop, I do not think you need the rain gear this morning, maybe a light jacket. But by the afternoon, you'll notice we've got lots of sunshine coming up, and that's also going to come with some warming temperatures. We should end the day in the mid and upper 60s. And this weekend actually looks even warmer, at least to begin. Coming up in 10 minutes, I'll break down that weekend forecast for you hour by hour. Megan, Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Now to an exclusive interview that you are seeing first on Fox. Fox 45's News' Mackenzie Frost sits down with Ivan Bates, the city's presumptive next state's attorney.
They discuss his concerns with current city state's attorney Marilyn Mosby's prosecution policies and his plans to deal with squeegee kids and rebuild trust with the city.
Running unopposed in November, Ivan Bates is Baltimore's likely next top prosecutor, and he says there's a lot of work to do to rebuild the relationships with other leaders and the police in the city.
I wanted to get a start on having these new relationships to work on them as quickly as possible.
Do you think that you can be successful in this position with the current mayor and the current police commissioner? Is it possible for you all to get on the same page about how to handle crime and some of the biggest issues?
I do think it's very possible. I think it's something that the citizens need and they demand.
Bates says he will work to ensure the police and the community and his office are all on the same page, noting the way the current state's attorney, Marilyn Mosby, rolled out her prosecution policies created confusion. Was that damaging to the city?
Without a doubt, it was damaging.
Noting an example from his own practice with a client.
Why were they arrested for marijuana in Baltimore County? Because Ms. current state's attorney made it legal to sell drugs or to have drugs. I would try to explain how that wasn't correct. We have to be on the same page.
He says he wants to send a clear message to criminals and that people will be held accountable.
If you have an illegal handgun, you need to be prepared that we're asking for you to go to jail.
Can you do that, though, if the mayor isn't on the same page?
I have to find a way to do that. I view myself as a lawyer who was really sick of what I saw, who decided to walk away from their practice because I believe in the city. And I really don't want my daughter to grow up in a city like this. I have to find a way to do that with the mayor. I would do everything I can to have that working relationship with the mayor, to explain to the mayor that that's what the citizens want, and they have to be able to feel safe. But I can't make anyone do what they don't want to do.
Does he want to do that right now? Did he communicate that to you?
Well, what he communicated is that we're going to find a way to make this work, and that we may not always see eye to eye, but we can find things that we agree upon.
Bates says right now he and the mayor don't agree on how to handle Baltimore's squeegee kid problem. Bates says the law is clear.
I don't necessarily view it as clearing the corners. I view it as enforcing the law.
Which is different than the mayor, who says what the kids are doing is the same as panhandling, and he says that is protected speech.
I understand, however, on the law, I disagree.
Bates says he doesn't want to give kids a criminal record and is willing to find other diversion programs for them at first. But if that doesn't work,
doesn't work, then I'm going to be forced to do my job, and my job is to hold people accountable. I don't want to necessarily do it in the criminal justice system, but if I have to, then I will.
Bates has met with Governor Larry Hogan, Mayor Brandon Scott, and Police Commissioner Michael Harrison. He says he told Harrison he wants to see laws enforced, even the low-level ones Mosby has not prosecuted.
January 3rd, when I take the office, if the law is on the books, the police have the opportunity to enforce it. Now, how do we do that? That's up to your discretion. I'm not the police. But trespass, loitering, low level, maybe you give a warning the first time, then a citation, and then the third time, you're probably going to have to go to jail.
Do the officers know that they'll have that ability to do that? Because that's a change from the current policy.
I told the police commissioner that's what I would like to go ahead and do, and that as far as I'm concerned, the state's attorney, if the law's on the books, that the officers can enforce it. But the police commissioner, they have to make the decision if they're going to do that or not.
Did he say he would?
I believe he will.
Okay.
In the sense that I don't want to speak for the police commissioner. He had a big smile on his face.
In July, voters cut Marilyn Mosby's attempts at another 4 years short. Do you think that that's an indication that the city was not on board with her policies, did not agree with how she was handling crime and violent crime in the city, and they're looking to you to really, really make a big change?
Yes, I definitely believe that. I mean, look, if you take all the votes that didn't go to her, that's almost 71% of the city said we want a new direction.
He says he does not support mass incarceration.
But I also know that we've kind of let the pendulum swing too far. We need to bring it a little more in a moderate location so that we hold people accountable, but also understand that, you know what, people make mistakes.
With an office severely understaffed and a surging violent crime caseload, Bates says Baltimore should view the start of his tenure as a rebuilding opportunity.
You'll see a lot of changes internally that we'll make that the citizens won't know about. But then what'll happen day by day, I have to build and rebuild the foundation that's been cracked.
There's a lot more from the interview, including what Bates has to say about the Adnan Syed case and how he says the family of Heyman Lee has been treated. Plus, hear what he has to say about rebuilding the state's attorney's office. You can watch the entire conversation on our website at foxbaltimore.com. Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
All right, Mackenzie, thank you. That brings us to our question of the day. What should Ivan Bates' priority be as he prepares to take office? Should it be gun violence, squeegee kids, cracking down on repeat offenders, or something else? So far, the majority of those who have voted say squeegee kids, 67% polling there. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in. New details this morning in a city in crisis. Police are confirming yet another attempt to steal an ATM from a city business.
It's just the latest in a string of ATM thefts that we've seen over the last several weeks, and a trend we saw repeatedly last fall and winter.
Shannon Lilly joining us live from police headquarters with the search now for the people responsible. Shannon.
Yeah, this morning, Megan, the search is on for the two suspects that police believe to be behind this most recent attempted theft. It happened yesterday afternoon. So let's get you right to that scene video, and you can notice the police right there outside of the New York Chicken and Grill, and you can also see the ATM right there in the window. Well, police say this all happened along Bel Air Road just off of Erdman Avenue. Police say two men in dark clothing tried to steal the ATM around 3:30 p.m. And take a look at this. Police also providing information on the stolen vehicle that the suspects used. It's a 1996 light blue Dodge Caravan with Maryland tag 20879CG. Now, if you have any information, police are urging you to contact detectives. Tom, Megan?
Shannon, we mentioned there's been a string, though, of incidents like this lately. Is it reminiscent of what we saw this time last year? And what are police doing to stop what some are calling a trend?
Yeah, so as far as what police are doing, Tom, a spokesperson with the police department tells us that they have assigned different detectives to different districts as part of an initiative to try to both prevent these thefts and then also to arrest any suspects involved. As far as the trend that we're seeing, though, take a look at this right here. These are some stats that we've obtained. So there were more than 30 cases of ATM thefts in the city in 2021. So far this year, from June 1st through September 23rd, there have already been 20. So people we spoke to are just concerned that this cycle is only going to continue. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, early edition.
All right, Shannon, thank you. You could be the key to finding out who killed a teen football player. Still ahead this hour, the cell phone video investigators hope will lead to a break in the case.
And dark and early this morning, we're already off to a drier start. Clouds are hanging around now, but I promise we'll see some sunshine today. I'll explain exactly when that returns and what it means for our temperatures in a couple of minutes. It's 5:08. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. 5:11 on this Friday morning. Starting off cloudy this morning, but eventually the clouds will clear, allow for some sun to return, and that's going to bring our temperatures up. We make our way into the low 60s by lunchtime, upper 60s by day's end, and this is what we are looking forward to as we get into the weekend. The sun's going to be back out and temperatures will be warming. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, we will look ahead at when our next weather maker arrives, and I'll explain exactly what this means for our temperature trend next week. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. The Parkland school shooter spared the death penalty. What led the jury to their decision and why it likely won't change?
5 people dead this morning in North Carolina at the hands of a juvenile. Just ahead, the warning coming from police now this morning. It is 5:12, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. .514 and new this morning, investigators in North Carolina make an arrest overnight after a mass shooting in the Raleigh area Thursday evening.
Yeah, Taylor Stewart is in our live center this morning with what we're learning about the shooting and the alleged shooter. Taylor.
Yeah, that's right. Police say the shooter killed at least 5 people along a walking trail around 5 p.m. last night. Now, take a look at this tweet we're hearing from the AP. It says that shooter was a male juvenile. He is now in custody. But take a look at this brand new video. The mayor calling for the violence in Raleigh to end. This is the scene yesterday as they arrived in that walking park. Take a listen to what the mayor says.
We must stop this mindless violence in America. We must address gun violence. We have much to do, and tonight we have much to mourn.
Now, the shooter was then able to run from police and barricade himself in a home. That prompted officials to tell the community to stay inside, leading to a several hours-long standoff. Police were able to make that arrest later in the night. Investigators say at least 2 other people are in the hospital this morning. We'll keep you updated as this develops here at the Live Center. Tom.
All right, thank you, Taylor. The Parkland school shooter will spend the rest of his life in prison after jurors rejected the death penalty. The confessed shooter was sentenced for killing 17 people in 2018's mass shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. The verdict came after a 3-month trial. And in the end, jurors decided there were factors that prevented them from giving him the death penalty, including the defense's argument that he suffered from mental health issues and lifelong development delays due to his mother drinking during pregnancy. Victims' families are outraged.
Pressing the barrel of his weapon to my daughter's chest. That doesn't outweigh that poor little, what's his name, had a tough upbringing. This jury failed our families today. But I will tell you, the monster's going to go to prison, and in prison, I hope and pray he receives the kind of mercy from prisoners that he showed to my daughter and the 16 others.
Now, under federal law or Florida law, a judge cannot overrule the jury's verdict. The confessed gunman will be formally sentenced November 1st.
Elon Musk is under federal investigation regarding that $44 billion acquisition of Twitter. This just keeps unfolding. A court filing did not specify why Musk is under investigation, but a separate filing cites concerns over Musk's communications with the SEC. Twitter says the feds are merely looking into the deal. Musk tried to back out of the deal in July, saying Twitter lied about its bot accounts. Twitter then threatened legal action at the time if Musk didn't go through with the deal, and that brings us to today.
Well, trending now, new findings highlight progress made at the embattled Back River wastewater treatment plant after several reports of sewage and contaminated water for the better part of a year. Now, this comes just weeks after Fox 45 took a tour inside the plant. The Back River Restoration Committee took another round of water samples yesterday, and the results were encouraging.
We didn't see any of that brown, murky stuff that we were seeing inside the pipes before. So those are all promising signs, but the plant is still out of compliance as a whole. So there's still a lot wrong there.
Back River Restoration Committee says some of its recent samples have detected elevated bacteria. Baltimore City and the Maryland Department of Environment have reached an agreement to keep the Maryland Environmental Service on site for at least another few months.
5:18, Maryland Comptroller Peter Francho is extending tax deadlines for anyone filing in Maryland and was also impacted by this hurricane season. Francho says the extension applies to any victims who file non-resident in Maryland and currently live in Florida, the Carolinas, or Puerto Rico. The new deadline will be February 15th of next year.
5:18 now, and of course, it's a Friday. It's a purple Friday, and we just want the rain to go.
Got to be getting there. Meteorologist Amy Aronson has been tracking the final few drops.
Yeah, and they're getting out of here quickly. We still have about 2 hours now until we brighten things up and we get a better look at what's happening down in Towson. Sunrise coming up at 7:15 this morning. But if you look closely here at the Towson Circle, you can see it looks a little damp out there in wake of that rain that moved through late last night. But now that is finally wrapping up, and I don't see any rain falling right now. That means I think you can get away without the rain gear as you step out the door this morning. We are starting off in the cooler low to mid 50s, but temperatures will be warming, especially once we get the help of that sunshine later today. I wanted to start off with this bigger picture here just to put this in perspective. Look at what's happening for our neighbors to the north and west out towards Minnesota. Yeah, that little system is producing some snowflakes there. Not the case for us and won't be the case for us in the short term, but we are just tracking this weather maker moving away from us. And eventually some additional cold fronts will head towards us, but they're all going to be rain makers right now. Right now we are drying out. We're saying goodbye to the showers as they push off to our north and east along with that area of low pressure. As the rain exits and departs, our temperatures will warm nicely, making their way into the seasonable upper 60s today. Overnight temperatures will fall as we get into the weekend. Actually nice and warm on Saturday. Saturday definitely the warmer of the 2 days because I am tracking this secondary cold front that scoots its way on through. Don't worry, no rain expected with that, but it will knock our temperatures down just a couple degrees by the end of the weekend. On Sunday, not quite as warm. We'll spend Sunday in the upper 60s. Plus, we do start to see some showers trickle their way in, courtesy of our next weather maker. And this one will not be a dry cold front. This one off to our west here will send us some rain late Sunday, getting into Monday. But most of the weekend is actually rain-free. We'll start off with clouds giving way to sun today. All sunshine and very mild tomorrow with highs warming into the low and mid-70s. By Sunday, we do cloud up our skies for the second half of the day, and we could see some showers late, but I think most of the daylight hours are actually dry. Temperatures will stay up for the weekend, but after that, look at where they're trending next week. They gradually cool back down, and by Tuesday, much cooler. We dip into highs in the the low 50s, and that's just the start of a cooler pattern. Our 6 to 10-day temperature outlook shows that big pattern change. This takes us through late October, and it shows us in this very, very dark blue. That means a really high chance that our temperatures will be below normal. And you can actually see that in the short term here, coming up in our 7-day forecast. Not tracking any snow, but it is going to get much cooler by midweek next week in wake of that next weather maker. Plan on rain from that Monday into early Tuesday, but after that, a long stretch of the 50s with overnight lows dipping into the chilly upper 30s Wednesday and Thursday mornings. Back to you.
All right, Amy, thank you. Now to the Stoller traffic network. Looking at the cameras in the Baltimore region here, we're looking pretty good. We've got volume picking up, still some wet roads out there, but no major issues to report. For a check on mass transit, we have Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Happy Friday, Mark.
Happy Friday, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there for the commute start on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 505 and Camden Train 841, both with 5-minute delays. The other trains, Mark, look good for the commute start. Light Rail Link is single tracking between Lutherville and Falls Road. That's due to maintenance. Expect delays of up to 15 to 20 minutes in your travels on Light Rail Link this morning, so allow time for travel. Out there on Metro Subway Lake, nothing in your way. On-time service in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, Mark, thank you. Tension on the Korean Peninsula is escalating once again this morning. Just ahead, the actions North Korea is now taking following sanctions from South Korea.
Baltimore County school leaders are addressing the violence after parents raised concerns. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear what they had to say. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
It is 5:25. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom. Baltimore County school leaders are defending their policies when it comes to the recent outbreak of violence across different schools.
Now, parents took their concerns straight to the school leaders at a virtual town hall. Olivia Dance is joining us live now from Baltimore County with what the district is doing now to move forward. Olivia?
Good morning. And Baltimore County school leaders are now promoting a list of safety enhancements, including things like the hiring of 140 safety assistants. They also promised to continue the conversations from last night's virtual town hall. And the public was asked to submit written questions ahead of the meeting. Take a listen.
Why they get details from the news media or police first. Dr. Mullenix.
So as a school system, it's incumbent upon us to investigate and gather accurate information. So when we do share that with the communities and families, we're giving you the entire picture.
Why can't disruptive students be removed from the bus?
Thank you for that. So that is totally incorrect. Disruptive students can and will be removed from the bus if needed.
The meeting was spent outlining current policies, addressing some of what they say is false information, and acknowledging that there is a problem. And it comes after a flood of violent fights from Baltimore County schools were circulating on social media. Parents and community leaders have been outraged by the violence.
Something that has been ongoing for quite some time. And it seems as if no one is making any attempt to bring this to a close.
And the superintendent of schools addressed the narrative that they aren't holding students accountable, promising that that's not true and that they are taking action. For now, reporting live in Baltimore County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. Now, Fox 45 News has done extensive reporting on the violence in both Baltimore City and Baltimore County public schools. You can find all of our stories right on our website, foxbaltimore.com. We're seeing the return of sunny skies today. Cross your fingers. Meteorologist Amy Aronson will let us know what the weekend forecast looks like.
A 15-year-old boy in custody in connection with a murder in Colombia. Coming up, we are live with concerns over this growing trend involving young people and violent crimes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We're taking a live look over M&T Bank Stadium in case the purple lights didn't give you enough clue here, where Ravens fans still riding the home team win over the Bengals. Cincinnati Bengals last week right there.
And now they head to New York.
Yes.
It's going to be a tough game, too.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be a great game.
Well, good morning to all of you. Thank you for waking up with us. We're hoping this is going to be a great Friday. It's October 14th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to find out exactly what the weekend is going to lay out for us, I guess, if we can be outside or indoors.
Meteorologist Amy Aronson with the answers.
Yeah, good news. Looks like an outdoors weekend across the board. We got the rain out of our system yesterday. It's now moving out. We're actually drying out already. Radar sweep not picking up on any rain right now. So that is good news as you step out the door. You can leave the rain jacket, the umbrella at home. We are off to a cool start. I'd throw a jacket on, at least a light one. Temperatures beginning the day in the low 50s right now, but these numbers will quickly be warming. The only reason I'm still giving your morning drive the yellow light is just because we are left behind with some wet roadways from that rain that fell overnight. But leading up to sunrise, I think things will be drying out. Sunrise coming up at 7:15 this morning. After that, I'm optimistic that we will see clouds give way to sun, and that's going to bring our temperatures up. Coming up in 10 minutes, I'll let you know exactly what to expect for the rest of the weekend and what it all means for your outdoor weekend plans. Back to you.
All right, Amy, thank you. Now to the Stoller traffic network. We've got our map pulled up, and my goodness, this is pretty picture perfect there. Looking great out there. No major issues to report.
Well, 5:32 and now to a city in crisis. We start this half hour with 6 people shot, 2 of them dead in less than 17 hours. First shooting happening just after 2:30, though, yesterday morning in East Baltimore. Officers responded to the corner of Boone and East 20th Street. Once arriving, they found a man who was suffering from gunshot wounds. Victim transported to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. Now, in the Western District, one man was found dead just before 5 at North and Woodbrook Park. When arriving, police found the victim suffering from gunshot wounds. He was pronounced dead on the scene.
Then at 1:30 p.m., officers responded to a triple shooting, this one in Cherry Hill.
It was just so like, it sounded like it was in the air until somebody came into the store and was like, hey, I got shot, help, please.
My goodness. Happening along Cherry Hill Road, police say two of the victims walked into hospitals, while witnesses say one of the victims was shot in both legs and went into a nearby store for help. FOX45 News spoke to an employee of that store who says that they locked the store to make sure nobody followed behind. He tells us the violence in Baltimore needs to stop.
I just wanted to stop because I know that we all lovers out here, and I know we want to see more for everybody. So if we can just stop the shooting and stop everything else, because I feel like we can make it.
Well, the latest shooting happening on Reisterstown Road at Beeler Avenue just after 7 last night. Police found a man who was shot in the front seat of his car and was pronounced dead. From murders to carjackings, a recent high-speed chase, Baltimore City has seen a rise in young people committing violent crime.
During our exclusive interview, Ivan Bates addressed juvenile crime, saying that he doesn't want to prosecute them, but he will if he has to.
Where's the mentor programs? You know, I've done a lot of work with juveniles over my years, and one of the things I understand and know is mentorship is so important. Giving that positive role model, hearing those young individuals to find out what the problems that they have. So I don't want to necessarily do it in the criminal justice system, but if I have to, then I will.
Now, we have live team coverage for you this morning. Shannon Lilly will be joining us in just a few minutes to talk about the juvenile crime across the state and concerns with the juvenile justice system.
But first, we start with Olivia Dance, as police are now asking for the public's help in solving the murder of a Baltimore County school football player. Olivia, where does this investigation stand right now?
Yeah, Megan, as you mentioned, police this morning are asking for your help to help solve the murder of a teen. They believe there's video of what happened that could lead to a break in the case. Now, 14-year-old Travis Stoller was a football player here at Milford Mill Academy. It's been 6 weeks since he was shot and killed less than half a mile away from the school. But the two big questions that remain are who did this and why. The incident happened following a football game on September 2nd near the intersection of Washington Avenue and Liberty Road. Another juvenile boy was also shot, but he survived. And as time goes on, police and family members are desperate for answers.
He was so excited about going to high school. He was always very fun, loving and outgoing, just a wonderful spirit. It's very disheartening. To be honest, words can't sum up the way that I feel about this situation.
And the family has been pushing to name the intersection at Travis Way as a means to keep his memory in this case alive. Back to you.
Olivia, do police have any leads or even ideas as to who could be responsible for this murder?
Yeah, Megan, as of right now, police can't confirm whether this was a random act of violence or not. But as I mentioned, they do believe that cell phone footage may have captured the homicide and the events leading up to it. So anyone with information and also video is asked to please call police. For now, reporting live in Baltimore County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. Moving now to Howard County, we're learning now a 15-year-old boy is in custody in connection with a murder in Columbia.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with reaction from the community and how this case is part of a much larger trend. Shannon.
Yeah, and Megan, not only are people who live in the area stunned by this murder, but they are also stunned by the age of the suspect. Of course, no one can say for sure why we keep seeing this trend of young people committing these acts of violence, but people in the area we spoke to have an idea.
I feel like social media, definitely the music, these kids not having any boundaries, really no discipline. No respect.
And I feel like parents are nowadays not paying attention to what their kids are doing.
Yeah, so those neighbors are reacting to the murder that happened right here at the Bluffs at Hawthorne Apartments on Hickory Ridge Road in Howard County. Last Friday, a resident was shot and killed outside of his own building. Now, police are charging a 15-year-old boy as an adult in this murder. This is just the latest juvenile to be charged in a violent crime. Just 3 weeks ago, police say 2 juveniles, one possibly as young as 11 years old, tried to rob an employee at gunpoint at the Baltimore Animal Rescue and Care Shelter. And then days before that, a 17-year-old high school student was arrested in the murder of another 17-year-old who was gunned down in the Mervo High School parking lot. Well, Sean Kennedy with the Maryland Public Policy Institute argues that all of this is just further evidence that the juvenile justice system in our state is broken. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
5:38 now, and as we mentioned, juvenile violence is a problem all across the state. Prince George's County authorities are extending a curfew until the end of the year. The original curfew was put in place in response to a rise in juvenile crime last month. It was set to expire yesterday. It is now in place until the end of the year. County leaders say the curfew has been effective in curbing crime. Now, closer to home, Baltimore County saw some problems with juvenile crime earlier this year, including a carjacking at the Towson Town Center garage. 3 teenagers were arrested in connection with that incident in May. Fox 45 has done extensive reporting on juvenile crime all across our state and concerns with the juvenile justice system. You can find all of our reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
North Korea launches more missiles overnight.
Taylor Stewart in our live center this morning with what we are hearing from South Korean leaders. Taylor?
Yeah, let's first take a live look over Seoul, South Korea, as tension escalates between the North and the South yet again. Thursday night, South Korean military leaders forced to scramble fighter jets after North Korean warplanes flew dangerously close to the dividing border. This as North Korea launches yet another ballistic missile early Friday morning, the latest of several recent weapons tests by Kim Jong-un's regime. Now, the South Korean Defense Ministry said it had conducted artillery drills in response by sending out their warplanes in a show of force. But South Korea's president says they see these continued missile tests as a provocation. That's the latest here from the Live Center. Megan, Tom.
All right, Taylor, thank you. If you are driving around the city this weekend, get ready for some major closures. Just ahead, the alternate routes drivers will have to take.
We're starting off a little overcast this morning, but I promise we will brighten things up by the time we kick off the Baltimore Marathon this weekend. I've got an updated look at that planner in just a couple of minutes. It's 5:40. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
5:42. The Baltimore Marathon returns this weekend.
That's right. Mayor Brandon Scott says it's another chance for Baltimore to show it's capable of hosting big-time sporting events on par with Preakness and Baltimore Cycling Classic.
The marathon and 10K both start at 8 a.m. tomorrow. That 5K gets underway at 7:30 a.m. Several streets along the race course will be closed throughout the morning and the afternoon.
Now, a full interactive map on the course enclosures is available at BaltimoreMarathon.com. Baltimore City hires new landscapers, and they're working for food. Just ahead in our next hour, the goats who are keeping Wyman Park Dell in tip-top shape.
And there is something strange in the neighborhood. Just ahead, how some lucky fans could stay at the famous Ghostbusters firehouse. 5:43 now on Fox 45, early edition. Uh-oh. Scary Halloween, and we're talking elephants.
Right.
Elephants at the Oregon Zoo stomped their way into the spooky season.
Ginormous creatures had a good time playing with some huge pumpkins. Look at these. Some of these pumpkins weighing in as much as 800 pounds each. Herds stomped and then snacked on the gourds while zoo guests cheered them on. Giving the elephants giant pumpkins has been a beloved Oregon Zoo tradition dating back to 1999.
And they do like to play with them and eat them.
Well, there's something strange in the neighborhood, also in Oregon.
Who are you going to call?
That's it.
Just in time for Halloween, visitors in Portland have a chance to book a spooky night stay in a replica of the famous Ghostbusters firehouse from the hit movie. It looks just like it. It's got all the essentials. We've got an Ecto-1. We got ghost traps. We got proton packs. Guests can even try on the famous Ghostbusters jumpsuits.
Nice.
Now, that's pretty cool. Also, in honor of the movie's release year, the accommodations will only run guests $19.84. Is that $19.84?
Yeah, $19.84
per night.
Yeah.
So, do you rent it out just to your family, or is it you and like 6 other families there? Because that would be interesting.
That'd be like a hostel
Yeah.
situation.
Right.
I don't know.
One bathroom. Yeah.
If it's just your family, would you do it?
I mean, maybe. I'm always up for a cool like Airbnb experience. Normally I do like tree houses or cabins.
Oh, yeah?
But, you know,
Nice. They're not 1984. They're a little bit more than that, right?
1984 is crazy. Yeah, that is crazy.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, it's advertising, though, because it's in Oregon. It's not New York. You have to go to the other side. But if you're in Oregon, why not?
I think it'd be fun.
Cool.
I mean, it's a replica, you know, it's a
Yeah.
stretch. I think if I lived in Oregon, it would be a definite yes. Like, let's go do that for the weekend.
Easy drive.
Come on, kids.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
It would be a trip for all of us.
It's spooky time of year, though, and it's getting dark so early, too, I noticed.
It is, and I actually have your sunset times for you week by week here. So today, coming up, we've got sunset at 6:29 p.m. In just a couple of weeks, actually in just 1 week, you'll notice that moves up to 6:19. In 2 weeks, we're at 6:10. And then in 3 weeks, one of our final 6 o'clock sunsets for quite some time because, yeah, we fall back on November 6th. And at that point, the sun sets even earlier, just before 5 o'clock. So enjoy every minute of daylight. We're awaiting sunrise this morning. That's actually coming up at 7:15 a.m. While we wait on that, it's pretty cloudy out there right now. We are starting off overcast, but at least we're dry. Eventually, clouds will give way to sun today, and that's going to lead us into a drier weekend. A couple of very comfortable warm days and some cool nights ahead of us. The rain's going to return late Sunday, so by the time we wrap up our weekend, we're already tracking our next rain-producing weather maker. Right now, this one's moving away from us. That area of low pressure sent us all the rain yesterday. That's finally getting out of here, taking the rain along with it. Eventually, the clouds will follow, and we'll see clouds actually give way to some sun. And that's going to bring us some milder temperatures. Temperatures will end up in the very comfortable upper 60s today. Tonight's a cool one. Under clear skies, our temperatures fall back into the low 50s. Tomorrow morning, we start off cool, but look at where we end up. We end up back in the 70s. Pretty nice start to your weekend. We stay mostly dry through Sunday. Sunday morning starts off cool again as we head through the afternoon. We're in the upper 60s, but then you start to see these clouds roll in from the south and from the west, and that's the start of our next weather maker that sends us some rain starting late Sunday. Most of the daylight hours this weekend, though, completely dry, and that actually kicks off today. Great for any fall activities you want to knock out. Maybe you want to get your pumpkin before it gets even busier at the pumpkin patches this weekend. We have all sunshine with highs ending up in the mid and upper 60s today. Tonight's going to be a cozy one by the fire pit. Temperatures will be cooling back into the 50s under completely clear skies. Quick look at that Baltimore Marathon forecast for tomorrow. Dry and cool as racers get started. Low 50s to begin as we head towards noon and towards the time that wraps up. Little warm for runners, I think, but comfortable for spectators with highs ending up in the mid 60s at that point. And then low 70s to end on Saturday. A nice mild breeze. Now, I am tracking some showers by the end of the weekend. Most will roll through on Monday. Not a washout, but on and off showers throughout the day. And that's going to cool us down quite a bit. We've got a stretch coming up of the chilliest air of the season so far. Low 50s will take us through late week with overnight lows in the chilly upper 30s. And now here's Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning out there on the MARC train system. You'll find 10 train 407 and Camden train 843 operating with 5-minute delays. Allow time for travel in those instances. Light rail link is single tracking between the Lutherville and Falls Road stops. That's due to maintenance ongoing out there. Expect about a 15 to 20-minute delay on light rail link. Allow time for travel. Metro subway link looking good. No delays between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. January 6th committee votes unanimously to subpoena former President Donald Trump. Still ahead at 6. The charges, could they issue some charges, and what could they be?
I'm Christine Frizzell in Washington, where we've just learned billions of dollars in pandemic relief given away fraudulently has been forgiven. The details coming up.
It is 5:54 and making headlines this morning. Elon Musk is under federal investigation regarding his $44 billion acquisition of Twitter. A court filing did not specify why Musk is under investigation, but a separate filing cites concerns over Musk's communications with the SEC. Twitter says the feds are merely looking into the deal. Musk tried to back out of the deal in July, saying Twitter lied about its bot accounts. Then Twitter threatened legal action at the time if Musk didn't go through with the deal. And now that leads to today.
Well, you can download the Fox 45 News app for your breaking news, up-to-minute traffic conditions, school closings, and weather anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store.
5:55 and on the path forward. During the height of the pandemic, the federal government gave out $800 billion in the form of loans to help save the economy.
Now, 2.5 years later, more than 90% have been forgiven for the Paycheck Protection Program loans, even though tens of thousands of them have been marked as suspicious or possible fraud. Sinclair National correspondent Christine Frizzell has our details.
In the height of the pandemic, as hospitals were filling up and businesses were shutting down, the federal government made a play to get help out to as many people as possible, as fast as possible.
In less than 2 months, the PPP is supporting the employment of approximately 50 million workers and more than 75% of the small business payroll in all 50 states.
The Paycheck Protection Program, or PPP, was part of the initial CARES Act, signed by President Trump in March of 2020, but was reauthorized several times, including as part of the American Rescue Plan.
This plan gives small businesses in this country a fighting chance to survive.
But it turns out it also gave fraudsters a chance to thrive. The Small Business Administration's own Inspector General finding more than 70,000 loans totaling more than $4.6 billion were potentially fraudulent.
Everyone was put on notice at the height of the pandemic in April and May of 2020 that every single one of these higher end loans between $1 million and $10 million was going to be subject to an audit.
But new evidence shows once many of the loans were flagged, they were not investigated. In a new report entitled The Great Pandemic Swindle, the Project on Government Oversight found the vast majority of loans that had been flagged were swept away in the first weeks of 2021. Open the Book's Adam Andrzejewski says the rules were clear, just not always followed.
You had to have a necessary reason, a need to take the money, number one. Number two is you had to use the dollars for primarily payroll and other covered expenses.
At this point, more than 95% of those loans have now been forgiven. And while the Small Business Administration says it will try to get some of that money returned, it's raising some tough questions about how to better police our tax dollars for the next emergency. In Washington, I'm Christine Frizzell.
Taking a live look over the White House here this morning as the Biden administration extends the COVID-19 public health emergency through January 11th, daily deaths and infections are dropping, but U.S. health officials anticipate a spike in COVID cases this winter. The public health emergency was first declared in January of 2020. The order allows the government to use emergency powers to help get Americans get through the pandemic. And that includes the emergency authorization of COVID vaccines and free testing and treatments. Republicans have pressed for the end of this emergency, arguing that it was meant to be temporary.
Well, new studies suggest nearly half of symptomatic COVID patients are not fully recovered after 6 months. Researchers examining data of tens of thousands in Scotland. Now, it found 6% of respondents say they did not recover at all. 42% only partially recovered more than 6 months after being infected. Persistent COVID symptoms include breathlessness, chest pain, palpitations, confusion, and more.
Baltimore County school leaders are addressing the ongoing violence after parents raised concerns. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear what they had to say.
New this morning, police confirming yet another ATM theft or an attempted one. Coming up, I'll have the details on this most recent case and a look at the growing trend.
And we're already off to a much drier start this morning. We'll take a look at the weekend forecast, and I'll break it down hour by hour in a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Coming Coming up on 6 o'clock on this Friday, October 14th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gilland, and we're kicking the rain out. It's over.
Yes.
It's the weekend time. We're ready for some sun.
That's it. In fact, we want to go right over to meteorologist Amy Aronson, also in purple. Wonder why we're all dressed in purple.
Coincidence. Tis the season, right? Yeah, Purple Friday, looking great. Little cloudy out there, little gray right now, but I promise the sun is going to make a speedy return and then stick around for much of the weekend. Right now, radar already looks much improved. Rained on and off pretty much all day yesterday. We're now saying goodbye to that. Latest radar loop looks much drier. If I put this into motion, you'll notice we're not tracking any showers right now. Now, the pesky clouds are hanging around, so be prepared for that as you step out the door to work or to school. I think a jacket, that's all you need. You can leave the rain stuff at home today. We will be seeing that sunshine by lunchtime, and that's going to continue through pickup time with temperatures warming into the very seasonable mid and upper 60s. And the weekend looks even warmer, at least to start. I'll explain where these temperatures are headed for the Baltimore Marathon tomorrow in just about 10 minutes. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Now let's take a look at your Stoller traffic network and the map here. In fact, just off the southwest corner of this map right here, there's an incident, Maryland 32. Patuxent Parkway. It just says collision, but they're not sure, and the cameras aren't showing anything. Really no delays there either.
6 o'clock, and Fox 45 News is sitting down with Ivan Bates, Baltimore's likely next top prosecutor, in a wide-ranging exclusive interview that you're seeing first on Fox.
Now, throughout his campaign, Bates has said that he plans to reverse City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's policy to not prosecute what she calls low-level crimes like drug possession and prostitution. In our one-on-one interview, Bates tells her, Mackenzie Frost, he stands by that promise.
Looking at where the voters how the voters voiced their opinion, you know, she lost pretty handedly in the primary. Do you think that that's an indication that the city was not on board with her policies, did not agree with how she was handling crime and violent crime in the city, and they're looking to you to really, really make a big change?
Yes, I definitely believe that. I mean, look, if you take all the votes that didn't go to her, that's almost 71% of the city said we want a new direction.
Right.
I think also I was pretty clear on my policies, and I think the majority of the citizens say we like what Mr. Bates is saying and we want to go in that direction. So I understand the want of policies. Look, I understand mass incarceration. You know, I could tell stories for days about mass incarceration, things I went through with police officers as a black man in America, but also things I watched my clients go through. Look, you know, I played a major role in exposing Gun Trace Task Force.
Yeah.
But I also know that we've kind of let the pendulum swing too far. We need to bring it a little more in a moderate location so that we hold people accountable, but also understand that, you know what, people make mistakes. Let's figure out what we can do maybe in the expungement area after they've earned that right.
Well, there is a lot more from this interview, including what Bates had to say about the Adnan Syed case and his vision for bringing new technology to the office. You can find Mackenzie's full interview on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Election Day almost here, and taking a look at some key dates to mark on your calendar. November 8th, Election Day. Early voting opens October 27th, runs through November 3rd. And then mail-in ballot request forms must be received by November 1st. Remember, same-day registration will be available on Election Day with proof of address.
6:03 and new this morning in a city in crisis. Police are confirming yet another attempt to steal an ATM from a city business.
Yeah, it's just the latest in a string of ATM thefts that we've seen over the last several weeks, and a trend that we saw repeatedly last fall and winter.
Shannon Lilly joining us live from police headquarters with the search now for the people responsible. Shannon.
Yeah, Megan, this morning the search is on for two suspects that police believe to be behind this latest attempted theft of an ATM, and this one happened yesterday afternoon. So let's get you straight to that scene video where you'll notice police right outside the New York Chicken and Grill. You can also see the ATM right there in the window. Well, police telling us that this all happened along Bel Air Road just off of Erdman Avenue. Police say two men in dark clothing tried to steal the ATM around 3:30 p.m. And take a look at this. Police also providing information on the stolen vehicle that they say the suspects used. It's a 1996 light blue Dodge Caravan with Maryland tag 20879CG. Now, anyone with information, Megan and Tom, is urged to call detectives.
Shannon, we mentioned there's been a string of incidents just like this lately, though, reminiscent of what we saw this time last year. What are police doing to stop what some are calling a trend?
Yeah, so that's a good question, Tom. And as far as what police are doing, they tell us that they have assigned detectives to each district as part of an initiative to both try to prevent this from happening, but also to try to arrest any suspects that are involved. As far as that trend that you mentioned, though, take a look at these stats right here on your screen. There were more than 30 cases of ATM thefts in the city in 2021. And then so far this year, from June 1st through September 23rd, there have been 20. So people that we're speaking to, Tom, are just worried that this cycle is only going to continue. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. 6:05 now, and Fox 45 News has reported extensively on the string of ATM thefts in recent years, with more than 30 in 2021. Police say there have been 20 ATM burglaries this year, from June 1st through September 23rd. ATM thefts do not seem to be as often as before, but it seems to be picking back up again.
6:05, and turning now to the crisis in the classroom. Baltimore County school leaders are defending their policies when it comes to the recent outbreak of violence across different schools.
And parents took their concerns straight to school leaders at a virtual town hall. In fact, Olivia Dance is joining us live now from Baltimore County with what the district is doing now to move forward. Olivia?
Yeah, Megan, in town, Baltimore County school leaders are now promoting a list of safety enhancements, including things like the hiring of 140 safety assistants. They also promised to continue the conversations from last night's virtual town hall, and the public was asked to submit written questions ahead of the meeting. Take a listen.
Why they get details from the news media or police first. Dr. Mullenix?
So as a school system, it's incumbent upon us to investigate and gather accurate information. So when we do share that with the communities and families, we're giving you the entire picture.
Why can't disruptive students be removed from the bus?
Thank you for that. So that is totally incorrect. Disruptive students can and will be removed from the bus if needed.
The meeting was spent outlining current policies, addressing some of what they say is false information, and acknowledging there is a problem. And it comes after a flood of violent fights from Baltimore County schools were circulating on social media. Parents and community leaders have been outraged by the violence.
Something that has been ongoing for quite some time. And it seems as if no one is making any attempt to bring this to a close.
And the superintendent of schools addressed the narrative that they aren't holding students accountable, promising that's not true, and they are taking action. For now, reporting live in Baltimore County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. A mass shooting in North Carolina leaves at least 5 people dead, including a police officer. What we know following the shots as the suspects barricaded himself in a home.
And it's not raining this morning, but it is cloudy as you step out the door with temperatures in the cool mid-50s. I'll explain exactly when the sun returns and what to expect for the rest of the weekend in a couple of minutes. It's 6:07. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local all morning.
6:10. New this morning, investigators in North Carolina make an arrest just overnight after a mass shooting in the Raleigh area Thursday evening.
Taylor Stewart joining us from our live center with what we're learning now about the shooting and the alleged shooter. Taylor?
Yeah, police say a gunman opened fire in a residential neighborhood just as people were arriving home from work. And now this, take a look at this tweet from the AP. We're learning the shooter who killed 5 people is a minor, just a juvenile. He was arrested, though. Take a look at this video from the scene yesterday. Investigators say that first shots fired call came in just after 5 p.m. The shooter killed at least 5 people, including an off-duty officer. The mayor of Raleigh is calling for the violence to end this morning. Take a listen.
We must stop this mindless violence in America. We must address gun violence. We have much to do, and tonight we have much to mourn.
Now, the shooter was able to run away from police and barricade himself inside a home, prompting officials to tell the community to stay inside. That led to a several hours-long standoff before police were able to actually make an arrest. We'll continue to update you today as this story develops, and we know at least 2 other people are in the hospital this morning. We'll keep you updated here at the Live Center. That's the latest. Tom, Megan.
Thank you, Taylor. January 6th hearing committee calls to subpoena former President Donald Trump. What the charges could be following that unanimous vote.
And still to come this morning, the countdown is on to Election Day. This morning, we're taking a look at the heated debate and the impact it had on voters. 6:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, a local all morning.
.614 in a 9-0 vote, the United States House Select Committee on the January 6th attack calls for the subpoena of Donald Trump. Trump saying that he will respond to that call this morning. Joining us now for this week's Washington Wrap, political commentator, D.C. insider Armstrong Williams. Good morning, Armstrong.
Good morning, Tom.
Well, in its final public meeting, the committee unanimously voting to subpoena Trump. Many saying this was really no surprise given the members who are on the board.
No, and the reality of it is they really don't have the power to force the former president to come and testify. And Tom, can you imagine it would be the greatest show on earth, because Trump would be unfiltered, mad, angry. It's the last thing that we need in our country to further divide us. And if the Republicans take over the House in November, come January 20th, they will disband this special select House committee, and they will start an investigation into Hunter Biden. So the process continues. This is how we spend our taxpayer dollars. This is what we become. And no, but don't let me not make this admission. Trump does not have clean hands. His actions with the special master, denied by the Supreme Court, how his legal team has handled this up to date has been anything short of disastrous. So he's only contributed to this further divide in our country as it relates to the Select Committee.
Well, Armstrong, he's always done that, though. Ever since he started running for president, he was under attack anyway, and he didn't help the situation. He always would escalate it, and he said, well, you know what, I'm fighting back even bigger than what you're throwing at me. But what specifically, though, would he be charged with, though? I mean, some people are saying the words treason, inciting violence, or just not responding to what unfolded quicker on January 6th.
Inciting violence, the fact that if you listen to the audio, and the fact that someone just testified that they were instructed to remove certain boxes in terms of classified information. If they wanted to, there's no question there's a bar that if they wanted to move forward on. But you don't want to further divide the country, and you don't want people's lives and way of life threatened over this. It's just best to do this in privacy and just move on.
Armstrong, real quick, one last thing. Also, a major announcement coming out yesterday. Social Security jumping there, $140 on average for any Social Security recipient. The veterans are also getting a big boost here. What is that doing to the economy? And some are trying to indicate, wait a minute, why wait 4 decades for this? Is this buying votes before November?
The senior citizens would not call it this term. I mean, they are often neglected and overlooked when you talk about the high prices. The cost of living, $140 a month is a huge difference for their way of life. And so no matter whether you call it political, everything is political, Tom. Tell me what's not. The bottom line, our veterans and our senior citizens are getting a needed boost in an economy that continues to falter.
Armstrong Williams, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we are now switching gears to our weather as we're heading into the weekend.
That's right. Meteorologist Amy Aronson with a look at our forecast, hoping for some sunshine.
And that is exactly what I'm tracking today. Eventually, little cloudy out there this morning, although you can't see much of anything right now looking down at Towson. Dark and early this morning. We are starting off cloudy, but it's not raining anymore. The rain is gone. Now we're just waiting for the clouds to clear. And while we wait, we are hanging out in the cooler 50s, low mid 50s, showing up in all locations right now. So I will grab a jacket as you step out the door. Now we're drier here, but I do want to point out what's happening north and west of here. See all that light blue out towards Minneapolis and Minnesota? Yeah, that's some snow that's currently underway there. They're tracking some flakes. Not for us, though. For us, we're actually drying out, and we are looking forward to some sunshine as we get into the weekend. That area of low pressure is taking all the rain along with it. That was the rain that moved through here yesterday. That's now going to become a distant memory as we welcome back the sunshine. Temperatures will warm right into the upper 60s today. Very seasonable. I am tracking another cold front that's going to scoot our direction tomorrow. No rain along that front. That means we will stay dry and actually pretty warm tomorrow with highs headed for the low to mid 70s. Behind that front, a few degrees cooler on Sunday. We'll start off with sun, but I think we see clouds roll in Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening before another cold front. And this one will come through with some moisture, sending us our next chance for some showers late Sunday, getting into Monday. But over the weekend, we're mostly dry. So if you want to head out to the pumpkin patch or knock off any of the fall activities, you're in good shape whatever day you pick. Today, we'll spend in the upper 60s. It's all sunshine with the milder temperatures on Saturday. Sunday, not as bright, not as sunny, but I think still pretty comfortable and rain-free, at least during the day, with highs in the upper 60s. Looks like that rain will return pretty late on Sunday, heading into Monday. And that weather maker will have a big impact on our temperatures. After a pretty seasonable finish to the weekend, we've got a big dip coming up on Tuesday that brings us into the cooler low 50s. And that kicks off the chilliest stretch of the season so far. Meanwhile, the tropics are actually still alive. Say good morning to Tropical Storm Carl that formed in the Gulf. Fortunately, this is traveling away from the United States, heading towards Central America in the days ahead as a tropical storm. But for us, no concerns there. In the short term, we're actually tracking a warm up over the weekend, but then a quick little cool down next week. After that next shot for rain coming up Monday into Tuesday, we've got a stretch of the low 50s that will take us through late week. Also some chilly nights coming up with lows dipping into the upper 30s. Tom, Megan.
All right, Amy, thank you. Now to our Len Stoller traffic network. We've got your drive times pulled up. Looking great in the green here, 9 minutes, your longest commute. There are still some wet spots out there on the roads. Just be mindful of that as you're getting up and heading out. Let's get a check now on mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. How's it going, Mark?
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there right now on Mark Train, you'll find Penn Train 511 operating with the 5-minute delay, along with Camden Train 845, allow time for travel there. Light Rail Link is dealing with single tracking between Lutherville and Falls Road. That's due to maintenance ongoing. Allow time for travel there. Expect about a 15 to 20-minute delay out there on Light Rail Link. Metro Subway Link operating on time, though, in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for your commute. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. In less than 18 hours, 6 people shot, 2 of them dead. Still to come this morning, a breakdown of the latest city violence and residents who are speaking up.
A 15-year-old boy in custody in connection with a murder in Colombia. Coming up, we are live with concerns about this growing trend involving young people and violence.
Well, taking a live look over M&T Bank Stadium, all lit up in purple this morning, where the last time we saw the Ravens, they came out against on top against the Cincinnati Bengals.
So here we go. As we look ahead to the game this weekend, we're cheering on the Ravens from afar. They're taking on the New York Giants. And we'd love to see how you're supporting the flock here. Look at this family. Sharon sent us this picture of her 3 grandsons there, 3 of them, and her 1-month-old granddaughter there, all sporting their purple pride. They are ready to go.
Regina sent us this picture of Maya sporting her purple pride, too, even down to her purple socks. Love it.
She's ready to go. And this is going to be an exciting game in New York. I haven't looked. Is the weather in New York, do you know?
It should be good. It should be good everywhere in the Northeast. So similar to what we're going to have here.
Yeah.
All right, well, that's good. But now this game, though, we have Wink Martindale coming back from the Giants offensive coordinator. Yeah, so you've got Giants 4-1, I think, right now, and then Ravens 3-2. So you're like, okay, tough game. How do you stop Lamar? Wink Martindale has the inside look. So that's what people are saying. Giants fans, whatever, they're hanging on to it, thinking that they've got the inside scoop.
I think Giants have gotten lucky. I think they're good,
Yeah.
but I think the Ravens are actually better than them.
Let's hope.
We'll see.
We're gonna
Every
find
game
out.
has been close. Every game has been a
all
nail
comes down to
biter
fourth
till the
quarter,
end.
right? Right.
Always the fourth quarter. So I don't think Sunday's going to be any different.
No.
Keeps us on our edge,
So
right?
basically, we should be worried about the wind gust for Justin Tucker because he's going to end up coming down to the last minute, right? With the catch.
Yeah, exactly.
Every time. We want to see you in your Tucker jersey. Show us your purple pride. You can send in your pictures, your videos on our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or use that Fox 45 News mobile app. Just click the Explore tab and then chime in.
Well, the temperatures are very seasonable today in the 60s. Still to come, we'll bring meteorologist Amy Aronson back to let us know just how long these perfectly fall temperatures are going to last.
Police are asking for your help to solve the murder of a Baltimore County teen. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, all the details known so far in the investigation. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
It is coming up on 6:30, and the calm is finally here after the latest weather maker is moving on out of this region. Say goodbye. You can track it by taking a look at our radar in the middle of your screen right there. We're also taking you live to the Inner Harbor. You can see that camera there. We've got Towson pulled up in the top right, Washington, D.C., bottom left, with a look at their latest conditions. And I think as we're scanning, it looked dry. and all four cameras there.
A little bit of green on that radar.
It's Friday. That's the good news. October 14th, I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. Want to go right over to meteorologist Amy Aarons. She's got to look at the forecast and explaining the green. Now, I heard last week Jonathan Myers already said snow, but then I heard you say the word snow this morning, which perked me up a little bit.
Yeah, not here, though. I don't know where Jonathan was talking about, but yeah, not here. Out in Minnesota, they're dealing with snowflakes. We're just tracking some shower chances coming up, but not even this morning. That green you're seeing on the radar, yeah, that's a little deceiving. That's actually some ground clutter. That's just the radar hitting the ground, and that's kind of what you're seeing there. It is not rain that's falling. Now, we are starting off a little cloudy this morning. Cloudy and cool, low 50s to start things off, but your morning drive gets the green light now because we are drying out, and we're looking forward to sunshine in the hours ahead, and that's going to bring our temperatures up. As early as lunchtime, we break into the mid-60s. Now, we are tracking a big cool down next week, not necessarily cold enough for snow, but I'll show you where our temperatures are trending in 10 minutes. Tom?
All right, thank you, Amy. And taking a look at your Lens Stoller traffic network and some of the cameras right around the immediate area of Baltimore. The only issue we have is the Chesapeake House. There's a multi-vehicle accident right on the ramp when you're going into the Chesapeake House. It's causing some delays there, too. Southbound 95, some flashing lights. It looks like a lot of personnel are out there right now trying to help clean that up. But it looks like the service area to get in the Chesapeake House is closed off if you're heading southbound 95. Now we start off this half hour with a city in crisis as 6 people are shot, 2 of them dead in less than 17 hours. First shooting, though, happening just after 2:30. You see the map right here in East Baltimore. Officers responding to the corner of Boone and East 20th Street. Once arriving, they found a man who was suffering from gunshot wounds. Victim was transported to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. In the East Western District, though, one man was just found dead just before 5 o'clock yesterday morning at North and Woodbrook Park. When arriving, police found the victim suffering from gunshot wounds. He was pronounced dead at the scene.
Then at 1:30 p.m., officers responded to a triple shooting in Cherry Hill. Police say 2 of the victims walked into hospitals, while witnesses say one of the victims was shot in both legs and went into a nearby store for help.
It was just so like, it sounded like it was in the air until somebody came into the store and was like, hey, I got shot, help, please.
You just heard from an employee of that store there. He says that they locked the store to make sure nobody followed behind. He tells us the violence in Baltimore needs to stop.
I just wanted to stop because I know that we all lovers out here, and I know we want to see more for everybody. So if we can just stop the shooting and stop everything else, because I feel like we can make it.
Well, the latest shooting happening on Reisterstown Road at Beeler Avenue just after 7 last night, where police found a man dead in the front seat of a car.
At least 577 people have been shot and survived so far this year. That is 13 more than the same time last year. 264 people have lost their lives to violence so far this year.
From murders to carjackings, a recent high-speed chase, Baltimore City has seen a rise in young people committing violent crime.
During our exclusive interview, Ivan Bates addressed juvenile crime, saying that he doesn't want to prosecute them, but he will if he has to.
Where's the mentor programs? You know, I've done a lot of work with juveniles over my years, and one of the things I understand and know is mentorship is so important. Giving that positive role model, hearing those young individuals to find out what this problem that they have. So I don't want to necessarily do it in the criminal justice system, but if I have to, then I will.
Well, we have live team coverage for you this morning. Shannon Lilly will be joining us in a few minutes to talk about the juvenile crime all across the state and concerns with the juvenile justice system.
But first, we start with Olivia Dance, as police are now asking for the public's help in solving the murder of a Baltimore County school football player. Olivia, where does the investigation stand on this?
Yeah, Megan, as you mentioned, this morning police are asking for your help to solve the murder of a teen, and they believe that there's video of what happened and it could lead to a breakthrough in the case. 14-year-old Travis Stoller was a football player here at Milford Mill Academy, and it's been 6 weeks now since he was shot and killed less than half a mile away from this school. But the 2 big questions that remain are who did this and why. The incident happened following a football game on September 2nd near the intersection of Washington Avenue and Liberty Road. Another juvenile boy was also shot but survived. And as time goes on, police and family members are desperate for answers.
He was so excited about going to high school. He was always very fun, loving, and outgoing. Just a wonderful spirit. It's very disheartening. To be honest, words can't sum up the way that I feel about this situation.
And the family has been pushing to name the intersection Travis Way as a means to keep his memory and this case alive. For now, reporting live in Baltimore County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. 6:35, and moving now to Howard County. We're learning a 15-year-old boy is in custody in connection with a murder in Columbia.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with reaction from the community and how this case is part of a much larger trend. Shannon.
Yeah, and Megan, not only is this murder stunning for people who live in the area, but they are also stunned by the age of the suspect. Of course, no one can say for sure why we keep seeing this trend of young people committing these acts of violence, but some people we spoke to have an idea. Listen.
I feel like social media, definitely the music, these kids not having any boundaries, really no discipline. No respect.
And I feel like parents are nowadays not paying attention to what their kids are doing.
Those neighbors you just heard from reacting to the murder that happened right here at the Bluffs at Hawthorne Apartments on Hickory Ridge Road in Howard County. Last Friday, a resident was shot and killed outside of his own building. And now police are charging a 15-year-old boy as an adult in this murder. Now, this is just the latest juvenile to be charged in a violent crime. You'll remember just 3 weeks ago, police say 2 juveniles, one possibly as young as 11 years old, tried to rob an employee at gunpoint at the Baltimore Animal Rescue and Care Shelter. And then days before that, a 17-year-old high school student was arrested in the murder of another 17-year-old student who was gunned down in the Mervo High School parking lot. Well, Sean Kennedy with the Maryland Public Policy Institute argues that all of this is just further evidence that the juvenile justice system in our state is broken. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Coming up, tensions rising once again between North and South Korea. The latest actions taken by both countries that is fueling concerns here in the U.S.
And a drier day ahead with highs in the upper 60s still to come. Meteorologist Amy Aronson taking a look at just how long the fall-like weather is going to last. 6:37 is your time.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Lynchburg, Virginia meteorologist George Flickinger.
This is what you do when you're a meteorologist at night and you haven't seen rain in a while. You come out at 1 o'clock in the morning and watch it rain.
He says they're expecting a turn next week with lows below freezing, but for now, this
sounds wonderful.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
6:40, North Korea launches more missiles overnight.
And Taylor Stewart is joining us from our live center this morning as we hear from South Korean leaders. Taylor?
Let's take a live look over Seoul, South Korea first as tensions escalate yet again between the North and the South. Calm right now, but overnight, South Korea's military defense forced to scramble fighter jets after North Korean warplanes flew dangerously close to the dividing border. Now, this as the North launches another ballistic missile early Friday morning, the latest of several recent weapons tests by Kim Jong-un's regime. Now, the South Korea military defense says it has conducted artillery drills in response by sending out their warplanes in a show of force. This morning, South Korea's president says they see these continued missile crises as a provocation. Now, that is the latest from the Live Center. Tom, Megan.
Thank you, Taylor. Washington Commanders owner facing investigations for alleged sexual harassment and workplace misconduct. What this means for the next owners meeting.
Some cooperation at the southern border between the United States and Mexico. I'm Kayla Gaskins with that story straight ahead.
Well, in your morning rush this Friday morning, Governor Larry Hogan announcing Lieutenant Governor Boyd Rutherford will oversee the transition of power to the next administration. Governor Hogan says Maryland is fully committed to a smooth and orderly transition of power. And new findings highlight, in a different story, the progress that has been made at the embattled Back River wastewater treatment plant. This comes after the several reports of sewage and contaminated water for the better part of a year.
Baltimore County school leaders hold a virtual town hall to address concerns about ongoing violence in the district. Olivia Dance joining us live with how school leaders are tackling these concerns. Olivia.
Yeah, Megan, Baltimore County school leaders are now promoting a list of safety enhancement, including things like the hiring of 140 safety assistants. They also promised to continue the conversations from last night's virtual town hall, and the public was asked to submit written questions ahead of the meeting. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, we'll take a closer look at the questions asked and also how the district responded. Back to you.
Well, now to Shannon Lilly. She's live from City Police headquarters as a search is on for the latest ATM theft attempt from a Baltimore business.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Tom, this is just the latest in a string of cases just like these. As you mentioned, the search is now on for two suspects that police believe are behind this most recent attempted theft. This one happening yesterday afternoon along Bel Air Road, right at Erdman Avenue. Police say two men in dark clothing tried to steal that ATM from a business around 3:30 p.m., and police say they did it in a stolen car. Well, stay with us because in just 15 minutes, I'll have more information on that vehicle and what police are doing to try to prevent these kinds of crimes from happening again. Now back to you.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Making headlines this morning, the Washington Commanders owner Dan Snyder. He is under multiple investigations for alleged sexual harassment and workplace misconduct. Now there's an ESPN article that states Snyder allegedly told a former associate that he has gathered enough secrets to blow up several NFL owners and even Commissioner Roger Goodell. Information he, again, allegedly learned from sources as well as private investigators. A Commander spokesperson denying those claims to ESPN. According to the Associated Press, though, there is no plan to vote on Dan Snyder's status as the Commander's owner at next week's owners meeting. So the question is, how much control do these owners have? Is that possibly what's going on here? I mean, many people wondering why Dan Snyder is still there, why the owners haven't voted him out because of all of the scandals that he's been accused of, not convicted, but accused of. So does he have dirt on these owners that they're afraid of?
It's a great question. I mean, you think that's kind of proven if they're not going to even vote on him at the next owners meeting, if they're not even going to bring it up?
Seems a little shady to me.
Can we preface this and say we're not conspiracy theorists at all, but you got to think he's been there all these years. Maybe he has something. I don't know.
On all these other owners?
On all the other owners. Why not?
That he would know them well enough.
Of course.
That they would be afraid. On paper, it looks as though the other owners are afraid of him for some reason. I mean, that's what this leads you to believe. Is that the truth? I don't know.
Well, you've got Gruden, the coach, who was let go because of the emails, the alleged emails back and forth that were saved. So you think, man, lesser charge. You know, you wonder.
It's going to be like a movie at some point.
Yeah.
Or a Netflix
Oh,
series.
man. And what dirt he has, if any.
Yeah, exactly.
Amy will have the rights to it, I guess.
Yeah, I guess we'll say, yeah, you heard it here first, right?
Wow.
45.
Crazy.
Yeah, crazy.
But they won last night.
Yeah, so there you go. Yeah, lots of folks celebrating there, I guess. But locally, we're just tracking some fall foliage. Actually, everywhere across our state, across our region, starting to see signs of fall pop up. Feels like fall's starting to look like it, right on cue. We've got to wait a couple more weeks until things start to become more vibrant here in terms of the colors we see on our trees. That typically happens later in the month and as we head through early November. If you look really closely at the top of the screen, you can see a little sliver of that sunshine making an appearance. See that bright yellow and orange at the top of the screen? Yeah, that's the sunrise coming up at 7:15 this morning. We are starting off cloudy while we wait on that, but eventually clouds give way to sun, and we've got a nice dry weekend ahead of us with some comfortable days and some cool nights. Our next shot at rain holds off until the end of the weekend, late Sunday. We're saying goodbye to chance number 1. That brought us rain yesterday. That has since moved on, taking the rain along with it, and eventually the clouds will follow. We'll see some clearing today, and actually as we get into the weekend. We end up in the very comfortable upper 60s this afternoon. Pretty nice tonight as temperatures cool back into the 40s and low 50s. Tomorrow's going to be even warmer, though. After a cool, crisp start, we end up in the low to mid 70s by the end of the day. Feels fantastic. As we get into Sunday, we'll start off cool again, but as we zip through the afternoon here, not quite as warm. We've got a dry, cold front coming through. No rain with that, just knocks us down a couple of degrees, and then more rain on the way late Sunday into Monday. But today, completely rain-free. Eventually, we'll enjoy a lot of sun. Highs end up in the very fall-like mid and upper 60s today. Perfect for all your fall activities today and then tonight. Tonight's a little cooler. I'd throw on a sweatshirt if you're going to be out by the fire pit. Temperatures will be cooling and dropping back through the 50s. Baltimore Marathon. Temperatures look fantastic for that. It's cool in the morning as runners get started, but temperatures will be comfortable by noon as things wrap up for the spectators, with temperatures ending up in the mid-60s at that point. And low 70s to end tomorrow. A little breezy, but a nice mild breeze. I'm tracking some showers starting late Sunday, mainly spilling into Monday and wrapping up by early Tuesday. After that, a big cool down coming up. Actually, the biggest of the season so far. Brings our highs into the low and mid 50s and our overnight lows into the chilly upper 30s. Back to you.
That's cold. All right, Amy, thank you. 6:50. Looking ahead to the weekend here, the Baltimore Marathon returns.
Yeah, Mayor Brandon Scott says it's another chance for Baltimore to show it's capable of hosting big-time sporting events on par with Preakness and Baltimore Cycling Classic.
The marathon and 10K, they both start tomorrow at 8 a.m. The 5K gets underway at 7:30. Several streets along the race course will be closed throughout the morning and the afternoon. A full interactive map here of the course and the closures is available at the BaltimoreMarathon.com.
While also looking ahead, some extremely cute landscapers will be put to work, though. You see them getting ready right now at the Wyman Park Dell in North Baltimore.
They're ready to go. After a year hiatus, the Goats on the Slope program returns this week, with a herd of goats being brought in to manage the vegetation on the BMA slope. Prosperity Acres, a farm in Calvert County, will provide the goats. The public funded the project through a GoFundMe campaign. They're ready to go.
Still to come this morning, a preview of Dog Fest that's happening tomorrow, how you can attend and help our furry friends in need.
And what does the thumbs up emoji mean to you?
I don't know. I don't emojis. Why some Gen Zers, though, are saying it feels more like a thumbs down emoji, if you will.
Interesting. You know what I'm giving a thumbs up to?
What's that?
How about a coffee break?
All right. Did they even make coffee emojis?
There's a little coffee cup.
That all makes me drink.
Where's the rolling eye emoji?
I got your cup, too. It says Meg right here.
Oh, man, here. .54 in today's Assignment America. The Biden administration is taking a stricter stance at the southern border ahead of midterm elections.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins shares more on the new policy change, focusing specifically on Venezuelans.
DHS announcing yesterday that any Venezuelans attempting to enter the United States at the southern border without authorization will now be taken back to Mexico. Border Patrol agents now have a new tool to deal with the record number of migrants crossing illegally into the United States. This week, DHS announcing an agreement with Mexico to send Venezuelans entering without authorization back across the southern border. It also includes a new pathway for 24,000 Venezuelans to enter the U.S. legally.
There's a couple glimpses of good things in this. One, it's a glimpse of Remain in Mexico, which was a very effective program.
Critics pointing out this administration tried and failed to repeal Title 42 just months ago. Now they're expanding it.
And despite the administration wanting to get rid of it previously, that's the tool they're now using to expel Venezuelans who try and cross illegally.
According to Border Patrol, the El Paso sector alone encounters about 1,000 Venezuelan migrants per day.
This was the scene in downtown El Paso last month. Dozens of mostly Venezuelan migrants were sleeping on the streets.
The Democratic mayor of El Paso among those sending migrants to New York City.
They're telling us as they're getting off the buses, we're wanting to go to New York City.
We work really hard with them, and we will never send anybody to where they don't want to go.
Adding pressure to the Biden administration to take action to secure the border after the number of migrants arrested for illegal crossings topped 2 million for the very first time. Biden's border woes continue. The ACLU now suing the administration over allegedly denying legal representation to detained migrants. I'm Kayla Gaskins reporting.
Kayla, thank you. Meantime, Baltimore City Mayor Brandon Scott announcing the Baltimore New American Access Coalition. And this is an initiative looking to minimize economic and social disparities faced by immigrant and refugee families.
Now, it connects people in these communities to short and long-term health and social resources to help them deal with the economic impacts of COVID.
In a statement, the mayor said, quote, the BNAAC will ensure that traditionally underserved communities have equitable access to health and human services to help make ends meet and ensure a higher quality of life for immigrant and refugee communities here in Baltimore. The mayor went on to announce the use of American Rescue Plan Act funds to make this possible.
Now, in New York City, the temporary housing for asylum seekers is nearly complete.
The city is putting tents on Randall's Island to house single adult migrants. Officials say they could be finished by the end of this week. The tents will have 500 beds, and migrants will receive 3 hot meals a day and have access to iPhones and iPads to connect with family.
Now, this initiative comes as New York's shelter system is nearing capacity. Mayor Eric Adams says there's been an influx in migrants who cross the southern border illegally by the thousands daily. Well, over the weekend, just 1,800 were bussed into the boasted sanctuary city from those southern states. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' controversial decision to fly migrants to Martha's Vineyard is under investigation by the Treasury Department.
Massachusetts Senator Edward Markey says that the Treasury's Inspector General has informed him of an audit planned to review if public funds were improperly used.
Senator Markey says the money DeSantis used was intended for COVID relief, not transporting undocumented or illegal individuals. The Treasury Department's Inspector General says it will review the legality of the flights and decide what further action should be taken.
The nightmare of every community has come to Raleigh.
Breaking overnight, another mass shooting hits our country. At least 5 killed in North Carolina, a teenager now in custody.
They heard Bates is coming and Bates isn't playing. That is true. I am coming and I'm not playing.
Baltimore getting a new top prosecutor. Ivan Bates says he's going to fight crime. Our exclusive one-on-one with him.
And violence across Baltimore County schools has parents demanding better safety for their children. The message from the school system this morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
You are looking at some live pictures outside bright and early on this Friday morning as the morning commute continues. After a rainy 24 hours, things are finally drying up.
Yeah, it's just about 7 o'clock on this Friday, October 14th. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Tom Rogers.
And I'm Megan Gilland. Let's see how it's shaping up outside here right now. Meteorologist Amy Aronson with the answers.
Yeah, we are seeing the first signs of a sunrise this morning, and I am seeing just a little sliver of sun. So that's encouraging news. That's a sign of what's to come for the rest of the weekend. Radar already looks much improved. Much drier out there this morning. Latest sweep doesn't see any green at all. So that is good news as we kick off your Friday and actually head into the weekend. If you're still heading out to the bus stop, send the kids with a light jacket. It's cool to start, but you don't need to send them with an umbrella or a rain jacket because we are just looking forward to some sunshine through lunchtime and pickup time this afternoon, with highs ending up in the very comfortable mid and upper 60s. And this weekend, a little bit warmer. I'll explain where our temperatures are headed for the weekend and what it means for your outdoor weekend plans in 10 minutes. Tom?
All right, thank you, Amy. Now to your Lynn Stoller Traffic Network, taking a look at your traffic map. And you see the red and the delay right there on this map. This is 695's inner loop right before you get to 295 Baltimore Washington Parkway. There's a multiple vehicle accident there, backing everybody up on 695 and then all the way down on 97. You're backed up for miles there. Plus, that same incident, 95 southbound Chesapeake House. When you're coming down south there, the Chesapeake House is now access is open again, but there's a multi-vehicle there. Still some flashing lights causing delays 95 south in northeast.
7:01 and breaking overnight. Another mass shooting rocks our nation, this time in Raleigh, North Carolina. At least 5 people are dead after that shooting in one of our country's fastest growing cities. The suspect, a teenager.
Taylor Stewart has the latest right now from our live center. Taylor?
That's right. This community is waking up in tragedy. There was video of the neighborhood, but we're showing you now Raleigh, downtown Raleigh, where 5 people, including an off-duty police officer, are confirmed dead. Now, this is brand new video of the scene from overnight. Police say they still do not have a motive, but we understand a minor has been arrested. The shooting happening in a northeast Raleigh neighborhood, an area full of single-family homes and golf courses. We do not know how the shooting unfolded, but the mayor of Raleigh is calling for the violence to end this morning.
We must stop this mindless violence in America. We must address gun violence. We have much to do, and tonight we have much to mourn.
Now, the crime scene began on a greenway. Police say the teen suspect ran from them, barricading himself inside a home, prompting officials to tell the community to stay inside their houses. That led to a several hours long standoff before police were able to make an arrest. 2 other people were hurt. One of them is still in the hospital this morning. That includes an off-duty police officer. That's the latest here from the Live Center. Back to you, Megan.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Baltimore has seen a number of mass shootings rip through neighborhoods this year. And as we prepare for the next city, State's Attorney Ivan Bates says he's going to crack down on crime.
Now, throughout his campaign, Bates has said that he plans to reverse City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's policy to not prosecute what she calls low-level crimes like drug possession and prostitution. Experts have criticized Mosby, saying those policies are fueling our city's crime crisis. In a one-on-one interview, Bates tells Mackenzie Frost that he stands by his promise to reverse those policies.
I mean, look, if you take all the votes that didn't go to her, that's almost 71% of the city said we want a new direction.
Right.
I think also I was pretty clear on my policies, and I think the majority of the citizens say we like what Mr. Bates is saying and we want to go in that direction. So I understand the policies. Look, I understand mass incarceration. You know, I could tell stories for days about mass incarceration, things I went through with police officers as a black man in America, but also things I watched my clients go through. Look, you know, I played a major role in exposing Gun Trace Task Force.
Yeah.
But I also know that we've kind of let the pendulum swing too far. We need to bring it a little more in a moderate location so that we hold people accountable, but also understand that, you know what, people make mistakes. Let's figure out what we can do maybe in the expungement area after they've earned that right.
Now, there's a lot more from this interview, including what Bates had to say about the Adnan Syed case and his vision for bringing new technology to the office. You can find Mackenzie's full interview right on our website. That's foxbaltimore.com.
7:04 and new this morning in a city in crisis. Police are confirming yet another attempt to steal an ATM from a city business.
Just the latest in a string of ATM thefts that we've seen over the last several weeks, and a trend we saw repeatedly last fall and winter.
Shannon Lilly joining us live from police headquarters with the search now for the people responsible. Shannon.
Yeah, and this morning, Megan, the search for those two suspects that police believe to be behind this most recent attempted ATM robbery is on. It happened yesterday afternoon. So let's get you straight to that video of the scene. Notice police just outside the New York Chicken and Grill. And you can also see the ATM right there in the window. Well, police saying that this all happened along Bel Air Road just off of Erdman Avenue. Police say two men in dark clothing tried to steal the ATM around 3:30 p.m. And take a look at this. Police also providing information on the stolen vehicle that they say the suspects used. It's a 1996 light blue Dodge Caravan with the Maryland tag 20879CG. And they are asking anyone, Tom and Megan, with any information to reach out to detectives.
Well, Shannon, we mentioned there's been, though, a string of incidents like this lately. What are police doing to stop what some are calling this trend?
Yeah, so police say that they have started an initiative, Tom, to try to combat this. So they've assigned detectives to each district where they're trying to prevent these ATM thefts and also to arrest any suspects that may be involved. As far as that trend that you mentioned, though, take a look right here at your screen. We have some stats to show you. There were more than 30 cases of ATM thefts in the city in 2021. And then so far this year, from June 1st through September 23rd, there have already been 20. So people that we spoke to, Tom, are just worried that this cycle will only continue. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom. Baltimore County school leaders are defending their policies when it comes to the recent outbreak of violence across different schools.
Yeah, parents took their concerns straight to school leaders at a virtual town hall. Olivia Dance joining us live now from Baltimore County with what the district is doing now, saying that they are going to do moving forward. Olivia?
Well, Megan and Tom, Baltimore County school leaders are now promoting a list of safety enhancements, including things like the hiring of 140 safety assistants. They also promised to continue the conversations from last night's virtual town hall. And the public was asked to submit written questions ahead of the meeting. Take a listen.
Why they get details from the news media or police first? Dr. Mullenix?
So as a school system, it's incumbent upon us to investigate and gather accurate information. So when we do share that with the communities and families, we're giving you the entire picture.
Why can't disruptive students be removed from the bus?
Thank you for that. So that is totally incorrect. Disruptive students can and will be removed from the bus if needed.
The meeting was spent outlining current policies and addressing some of what they say is false information and acknowledging there is a problem. And it comes after a flood of violent fights from Baltimore County schools were circulating on social media. Parents and community leaders have been outraged by the violence.
Something that has been ongoing for quite some time. And it seems as if no one is making any attempt to bring this to a close.
And the superintendent of schools addressed the narrative that they aren't holding students accountable, promising that's not true and that they are taking action. For now, reporting live in Baltimore County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. 7:08 and trending now, something that I think we've all had something to say this morning. The question is the thumbs up emoji hostile or passive aggressive?
Some members of Gen Z are saying yes.
Well, Daily Mail reporting that a 24-year-old Reddit user recently claimed that the thumbs up emoji should never be used in any situation, saying that it is hurtful.
Well, this quote reads, "No one my age in the office does it, but the Gen X people always do it. Took me a bit to adjust and get it out of my head that it means they are mad at me."
What?
Others agreed with the post and said it's especially inappropriate in work settings.
The Daily Mail also citing a poll where 2,000 people between the ages of 16 and 29 voted on their least favorite emojis. And the list includes the thumbs up with 24%, the red heart with 22%, the okay hand with 20%, the monkey eye cover 15%, clapping hands. 10% of the people say nope, not good.
Yeah, we're bringing in Taylor Stewart and meteorologist Amy Aronson, though, talking about this and what you think this means with emojis.
You know, I think young people are in their heads too much and in their phones too much. But this, like to a text, it's kind of like a snub. I don't know.
You think so?
I think so. I think that this could be a little bit offensive because you could have liked the message or loved the message, right, Amy? Would you have liked or loved the message?
If you didn't have an Android, if you have an iPhone.
If you're smart and you have an Android, you don't have to worry about it.
Your only way to do it is
I don't even do
this.
that. Yeah.
All right, I guess.
I get thumbs up all the time. So anyone who I texted a thumbs up, I care about you. You are important. You're valuable. If that needs to be said,
it does. Apparently,
Amy,
I don't think they're
emojis?
hurtful. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a big emoji user. I'm more of a word person. But I don't know. I don't think any emoji is hurtful. They're supposed to be like fun and lighthearted, right? I don't know.
They're like using crayons.
Yeah, but it's important.
Hieroglyphics.
Exactly.
It's good to have this conversation so we can be aware.
Very true.
right.
I won't ever give you guys a thumbs up. I promise.
You just did twice.
Oh my gosh.
You know what? Worth giving a thumbs up to the Baltimore Humane Society's Dog Fest because it's back.
Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark is live in Reisterstown with these festivities that are taking place this weekend. Mark, the puppy emoji, right, comes to mind, I guess, now in this case.
That's a good one.
That's right. I don't want to offend anybody, but yeah, that's interesting. Look, we're excited. Like you guys mentioned, it's been since 2019. Dog Fest is back. So this morning we'll be checking in with all the puppies and telling you what's going down. Something for everybody coming up.
All right, Mark, thank you. Here's a look at the stories making headlines this hour. The one and possibly only debate between Maryland gubernatorial candidates comes to a heated end. Still ahead, what the voters are taking away from that debate as Election Day draws near.
Violent 24 hours in Baltimore City ahead in our next half hour. What a business owner did to stop the violence from spilling into his building. 7:11's the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
He's a phony. There are so many things in his book that are completely false. If you look at the book, he claims he was raised in Baltimore City, but, sir, you weren't there until you were 34.
We're watching a perfect indication as to why Governor Hogan called you unfit to lead. We're watching a perfect indication as to why Governor Hogan has said, not only will I not support Delegate Cox, I won't even give him a tour of the governor's office.
Two candidates for Maryland governor, Republican Dan Cox, Democrat Wes Moore, squaring off in a debate Wednesday night. It was the first time voters got a chance to hear the two debate, and likely the only debate ahead of next month's midterm elections. Joining us this morning, former mayoral candidate and political activist Pastor Shannon Wright. Good morning, Pastor.
Good morning.
Debates rarely, though, sway voters, at least their opinions. Do you think this, though, most recent one and probably the only one, helped any undecided voter to solidify their candidate come November 8th?
No. I don't. So it's interesting. You said most debates don't sway voters. But here's the thing. If the candidates actually talk about policy, if the candidates actually address problems, crises with viable solutions, then I do believe they can sway votes. But I think we had more personal attacks than policy.
Do you think that was the panelists, though, the moderators that were setting up the questions and not holding them to answering them?
So you can ask whatever you want to ask, but it's up to the candidate to control the words that come out of their mouth. The questions could have been asked, and they could have still switched and pivoted instead of to personal attacks, policy solutions. And we didn't see that.
And we didn't. Cox attacking Moore's integrity related to his stardom and then misleading everyone that he was born and raised in Baltimore. Moore going after Cox, though, and Republican Governor Hogan not backing him.
So I think if either one of them had made a decision to actually focus on the topics. In Baltimore, we don't have time for the drama, for the stage, for the showmanship. We need solutions on what's the next governor going to do about crime specific to Baltimore? What's the next governor going to do about fixing our broken public school system? What are they going to do about creating economic opportunities in our state, recognizing that Baltimore is the largest city in Maryland? That's what I would have wanted to hear, and we didn't hear that. So when folks go to vote, they really have to do their homework. They can't rely on the words that came out during the debate because there was nothing there but fluff, smoke, and mirrors.
Well, you just brought on some good points. January 6th and abortion, those are the two topics Democrats really are pushing nationally and, as you saw in that debate, while Republicans can attack the economy, violence, education, inflation, foreign instability, leading to possible war. Does that matter in a 2-to-1 Democrat-Republican state, though?
So what should matter are the things that affect the individual voters. Who is going to have the policies that help them keep more of their paycheck in their pocket, be able to keep food on the table and a roof over their head? That's where our focus is, and that's where we want our candidates' focus to be. But again, that's not where it was.
Less than 4 weeks away, real quick answer. Do you see Cox any way that he can sway Democrats to come to his side and choose him?
There's only, as you said, a few weeks away. And I think at this point, it's incredibly important for both candidates to understand that running for office means you're putting yourself in a position of service. And you need to spend these next couple of weeks earning our votes, not taking voters for granted by the color of their skin that you're going to win because you're a Democrat, but that you actually have policy that makes sense. That's what we all need to focus on. That's how we get leaders where we don't have to turn around and have voters' remorse and talk about things like recall and ballot initiatives for term limits. If you do your homework and elect someone that stands for what you believe, quality schools, economic opportunity, safer streets, where they actually show how they want to get there, and it's a plan that makes sense, that's how we all win.
Pastor Shannon Wright, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, here are some key dates that you need to mark down on your calendar. Election Day, November 8th. Early voting opens October 27th, running through November 3rd. Mail-in ballot request forms must be received by November 1st. Remember, same-day registration will be available Election Day, but you have to have proof of address.
After a washout day yesterday, the morning commute starting to dry off.
Meteorologist Amy Aronson here with the check of the forecast, and it's a Friday. Oh, what a great way to wake up, Amy.
Wow.
Yes.
It's back. I know. The sun making a beautiful return this morning, not messing around. You can see the vibrant, beautiful fallish colors showing up in the sky. This is a shot from Towson, but I promise the Inner Harbor looks just as nice right now. And that's going to help warm us up. We're starting off cool this morning, low and mid 50s to begin. I'd certainly grab a jacket as you step out the door, but you don't need a rain jacket. And that's because this weather maker is moving on, allowing for that stunning sunrise. We're going to dry things out for a couple of days. I also want to point out this blue color off to our north and west. Yeah, that's some snow. That's currently falling in Minnesota right now, the Minneapolis area. won't make its way here, so don't worry about that, although I am tracking a big cool down next week. But this weekend, we're actually going to be warming up starting today. Today, temperatures will climb into the upper 60s as that sun returns. As we get into your weekend, even warmer. Tomorrow, we are tracking another little itty-bitty cold front that's going to zip through. Don't worry, no rain with that. We stay completely dry and sunny for all your outdoor plans on Saturday. Plus, it's going to be nice and warm with highs peaking there in the low to mid 70s. Sunday starts off a little cloudy. We will see increasing clouds throughout the day. We're mostly dry throughout the day. It's Sunday evening, Sunday night that I think we see the first showers work their way back in. Still very mild and very seasonable with highs in the upper 60s, though. That means the next 3 days look fantastic for heading out to the pumpkin patch or any of your fall things you want to check off your list. We've got clouds giving way to sun already today with highs ending up in the upper 60s, low 70s tomorrow, even warmer under full sun. By Sunday, not quite as bright and sunny, but it's still going to be very pleasant with highs in the upper 60s, and then that rain returns late Sunday night. And that's our next weather maker. That's going to send us more showers right through Monday and also cool us down quite a bit. I am tracking a dramatic drop in temperatures by Tuesday. That brings us some of the coolest air of the season so far. We're in the low 50s, and that's your high temperature come Tuesday. Our 6 to 10 day temperature outlook from the Climate Prediction Center actually includes us in this very, very dark blue. That means a very high chance that our temperatures will be below normal, below where they should be for this time of year, all the way through the end of October, through late October at least. And in the short term, we can actually see that cool down coming up, although we'll spend the weekend in the low 70s and upper 60s. After that, temperatures are trending down next week behind that weather maker, brings us back into the low 50s for a couple of days, plus some pretty cold nights ahead of us. I spy the 30s at the very end of this 7-day forecast. Back to you.
Job of the Day is sponsored by Antwerpen Auto Group.
Getting Maryland back to work. It is time now for our job of the day. Hirsch Electric is looking to hire a foreman and electrical mechanic. For more information, go to foxbaltimore.com. And if you're an employer with jobs that need to be filled, please send your information to news@foxbaltimore.com.
What is the best way to ensure our young athletes avoid any severe head injuries? The new guidelines this morning.
And with the Baltimore Humane Society, Dog Fest is back, and the dogs are excited. He got his little jean outfit on, and she's wearing the Ravens wear. Come on now. That's Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long. We'll get into it.
It is 7:24, and it is so Baltimore. Dog lovers are coming together to celebrate all things canine.
Well, bring the entire family. Just watch about the cats. The Baltimore Humane Society's Dog Fest, it's back. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark live in Reisterstown with all the festivities and the four-legged friends. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning again. We're excited. You can see everybody's excited. That's not right. Yeah, everybody's excited because since 2019, this is the first time we're unleashing the beast. It's Dog Fest, something for everybody, right, Allie?
Yes, we are so excited to be here. I'm with Puppy Love and Kitty Kitty, and we have some amazing stuff for you to check out this weekend. We donate 10% of all of our net profits to animal shelters and rescue groups, including these nice Dog Fest t-shirts that you can actually purchase this weekend as well.
And this is an old pro here. So tell us, this is the first time we're out. Are people excited about it? Are you guys excited about it?
We are so excited to have Dog Fest back on Saturday from 11 to 4. Please go to BeMoreHumane.org and pre-purchase your tickets. We expect a huge crowd. We have over 60 vendors. We have food trucks. We have contests and games and demonstrations. There is something for everyone, including a great area for the kids that they can do arts and crafts projects.
It's all about Dog Fest. It's back. As you can see, the dogs are excited about it. Even bubblegum over there. That's bubblegum. That's the strongest bubblegum you ever find. She's excited too.
Of the names too.
Very good. All right, Mark, thank you.
If you'd like some more information about this event, you can go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
A dry and sunny weekend is ahead of us, but the next weather maker heading towards us, and it's bringing more rain. Meteorologist Amy Aronson is tracking those showers in her full Weather Authority forecast.
Baltimore County Police are asking for your help to solve the murder of a Baltimore County teen. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all the details known so far in this investigation. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning. Welcome to Friday. It's October 14th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers. We are headed to the weekend. It looks like it's going to be great, especially Mark Clark is out there at Dog Fest. Perfect weather for it. I mean, absolutely perfect if you're heading out to Reisterstown tomorrow.
Yep, I've got an anniversary tomorrow. My husband and I, 11 years. Happy anniversary, John. Amy, we're hoping to have some nice weather while we're on the soccer field and lacrosse field and celebrating.
It's going to be a perfect day for whatever you have planned. Actually, pretty nice temperatures for October standards. It's going to be nice and warm. Tomorrow's the warmest day actually out of the next 7. Now this morning, we're just starting off with a couple of sprinkles down towards Columbia, right between Columbia and Baltimore actually, but really no big deal there. I think most of us are waking up drier this morning. We're actually seeing a stunning sunrise right now with these cool temperatures. Low and mid 50s to get your morning started. As we head through the rest of your morning drive, it gets the green light because we are just looking at sunshine. Actually, bring the sunglasses if you're headed out the door shortly. Temperatures will be warming from the 50s eventually into the 60s by lunchtime. Coming up in 10 minutes, we will take a look ahead at your weekend forecast. I'll break it down for you hour by hour and show you when you've got the best time to get outside. Megan?
All right, Amy, thank you. Now to our Len Stoller traffic network. We are hearing about a crash. This is on the inner loop right near 295. We are now seeing some backups in that area. This camera shot looking not too bad, just some volume building right there. Just be mindful if you're headed out that way.
7:31, we start this half hour in a city in crisis. 6 people shot, 2 of them dead in just the past day. First shooting happening just after 2:30. You see the map right here. Yesterday morning in East Baltimore, where officers responded to the corner of Boone and East 20th Street. Once arriving, they found a man who was suffering from gunshot wounds. The victim transported to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. In the Western District, though, one man was found dead just before 5 at North and Woodbrook Park yesterday morning. When arriving, police found the victim suffering from gunshot wounds. He was pronounced dead at the scene.
Well, then at 1:30 p.m., officers responded to a triple shooting. This was in Cherry Hill. Police say 2 of the victims walked into hospitals, while witnesses say one of the victims was shot in both legs and went into a nearby store for help.
It was just so like, it sounded like it was in the air until somebody came into the store and was like, hey, I got shot, help, please.
Well, you just heard from an employee of that store right there. He says they locked the store to make sure that nobody followed behind. He tells us that the violence in Baltimore needs to stop.
I just wanted to stop because I know that we all lovers out here, and I know we want to see more for everybody. So if we can just stop the shooting and stop everything else, because I feel like we can make it.
Now, the latest shooting happening on Reisterstown Road at Beeler Avenue just after 7 last night. Police found a man who was dead in the front seat of a car.
Given the violent day, at least 577 people have been shot and survived so far this year. That is 13 more than this same time last year. 264 people have lost their lives to the violence this year.
Now, from murders to carjackings and a recent high-speed chase, Baltimore City has seen a rise in young people committing violent crime.
During our exclusive interview with Ivan Bates, he addressed juvenile crime, saying that he doesn't want to prosecute them, but he will if he has to.
Where's the mentor programs? You know, I've done a lot of work with juveniles over my years, and one of the things I understand and know is mentorship is so important. Giving that positive role model, hearing those young individuals to find out what the problems that they have. So I don't want to necessarily do it in the criminal justice system, but if I have to, then I will.
Well, we have live team coverage for you this morning. Shannon Lilly will be joining us in a few minutes to talk about the juvenile crime across the state and concerns with the juvenile justice system.
But first, we begin with Olivia Dance, as police are now asking for the public's help in solving the murder of a Baltimore County school football player. Olivia, where does this investigation stand?
Yeah, Megan, as you mentioned, police this morning are now asking for your help to solve the murder of a teen, and they believe that there's video of what happened that could lead to a breakthrough in this case. 14-year-old Travis Stoller was a football player here at Milford Mill Academy, and he was killed. It's been 6 weeks now since he was shot and killed less than half a mile away from the school. But the 2 big questions that remain now are who did this and why. The incident happened following a football game on September 2nd near the intersection of Washington Avenue and Liberty Road. Another juvenile boy was also shot but survived. And as time goes on, police and family members are desperate for answers.
He was so excited about going to high school. He was always very fun, loving and outgoing, just a wonderful spirit. It's very disheartening. To be honest, words can't sum up the way that I feel about this situation.
And the family has been pushing to rename the intersection Travis Way as a means to keep his name and this case alive. Megan and Tom, back to you.
Olivia, do police have any leads or even ideas as to who could be responsible for this murder?
Yeah, Megan, as of right now, police don't know if this was a random act of violence or not. But as I mentioned, they do believe that cell phone video may have captured the homicide and the events leading up to it. So anyone with information or video is asked to please call police. For now, reporting live in Baltimore County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. 7:35 now. Moving to Howard County, we are learning a 15-year-old boy is in custody in connection with a murder in Columbia.
Shannon Lilly joins us live this morning with reaction from the community and how this case is part of a much larger trend. Shannon.
Yeah, not only is this murder just stunning for people who live in the area, Megan, but people who live there are also stunned by the age of the suspect. Now, of course, no one can say for sure why we keep seeing this trend of young people committing these acts of violence, but people that we spoke to have an idea. Listen.
I feel like social media, definitely the music, these kids not having any boundaries, really no discipline, no respect.
And I feel like parents are nowadays not paying attention to what their kids are doing.
Yeah, those neighbors reacting to the murder that happened right here at the Bluffs at Hawthorne Apartments on Hickory Ridge Road in Howard County. Last Friday, a resident was shot and killed outside of his own building, and now police are charging a 15-year-old boy as an adult in this murder. Now, this is just the latest juvenile to be charged in a violent crime. In fact, you'll remember just 3 weeks ago, police say 2 juveniles, one possibly as young as 11 years old, tried to rob an employee at gunpoint at this Baltimore Animal Rescue and Care Shelter. And days before that, a 17-year-old high school student arrested in the murder of another 17-year-old student who was gunned down in the Mervo High School parking lot. Well, Sean Kennedy with the Maryland Public Policy Institute argues that all of this is just further evidence that the juvenile justice system in our state is broken. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
7:37 now, and as we mentioned, juvenile violence is a problem all across our state, and Prince George's County authorities extending a curfew for young people until the end of the year. The original curfew was put in place in response to the rise in juvenile crime last month. It was set to expire yesterday. It is now in place until the end of the year. County leaders say the curfew has been effective in curbing the crime there. And then closer to home, Baltimore County saw some problems with juvenile crime earlier this year, including a carjacking that took place at the Towson Town Center garage. 3 teenagers were arrested in connection with that incident in May. Fox 45 News has done extensive reporting on juvenile crime all across the state and concerns with the juvenile justice system. You can find all of our reporting right on our website. That's foxbaltimore.com.
Tensions are heating up in North Korea. What the latest ballistic missile test means and how leaders in South Korea are responding.
Dry and sunny weekend ahead for you right here. The next weather maker headed to our region, set to bring some showers with it. Meteorologist Amy Aronson tracking the timing of that system in her full Weather Authority forecast. 7:38 your time.
North Korea launches more missiles overnight.
Now, Taylor Stewart is joining us from our live center this morning as we hear from South Korean leaders. Taylor?
That's right. Taking a live look now over Seoul, South Korea this morning as tensions escalate yet again between the North and the South. Now we're hearing about yet another ballistic missile test from North Korea. That launch was broadcast to the entire country. In addition to the missile test, North Korea also firing more than 170 rounds of artillery shells towards the sea. It flew warplanes near the border of South Korea. Now South Korea is responding by sending out their warplanes in a show of force. The president of South Korea says this country and its allies have massive retaliation capabilities and would be able to deter any real North Korean threats to some extent. That's the latest here from the Live Center. Megan?
All right, Taylor, thank you. What is the best way to ensure our young athletes prevent severe head injuries? A medical expert walks us through the new recommendations.
The owner of the Washington Commanders accused of blackmailing other NFL owners. We have a live report on the off-field drama. 7:42 is your time.
It is 7:44. A new study in the Journal of Pediatrics says the best way to reduce head injuries in youth football is limiting contact in practice. This morning, Dr. Valerie Cothran, a family physician and sports medicine expert at the University of Maryland School of Medicine, is joining us live to weigh in on this. Dr. Cothran, thanks for joining us. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Of course. So what are your thoughts? Is this a good idea?
I do. We do have a lot of information just that says that repetitive head contact can lead to brain injury. And so I think limiting contact, especially in practices where it may not be necessary, where kids that are growing are learning the skills and how to play and so forth is worthwhile.
Does it make a difference if they're still getting hit in games?
Yes, and again, it's the repetitive hits. And so we know there's micro trauma that happens in practices. Even when it's friendly fire and kids aren't hitting each other as hard in practice, those repetitive trauma can result in head injury.
Are there age groups that we really need to be more safe with?
So the brain is growing in children, and it continues to grow even after the age of 18. That's why kids tend to take a little bit longer to recover from concussion.
Yeah.
And we need to make sure that we are protecting the growing brain. So all age groups, as soon as they start with contact sports, we should be watching them and monitoring them and keeping them safe.
And
that includes high school athletes as well.
That's a good point there. We were focusing on youth football, but you mentioned all contact sports. At what point do we need to be a little more careful when it comes to concussions? Is it what we do after they get a concussion, or is it how many that they get that we respond to?
So there's limited information on really how many concussions is too many, but I think, what we need to do is, primarily, there's sort of three goals in preventing, catastrophic injury or permanent injury with concussion. And that one is prevention. Mm-hmm. And so that is, ideally limiting the amount of contact when it's not necessary, making sure our youth athletes have the appropriate safety equipment, including helmets, including getting fitted for those helmets and not just borrowing one from a friend.
Right.
And then recognition of concussion. So pulling an athlete out and preventing additional trauma to the head is the most important thing. And so the ability to recognize a concussion, and that's not only medical providers, but coaches, parents, other teammates. I've had other teammates bring me athletes before that they were concerned about. And then with treatment, the first part of treatment is decreasing the stress on the brain. So no more contact, but also we limit the activity at that time. We limit the brain use at that time as well. Okay. And then recognition of how we bring athletes back from concussion. So parents need to know that once their kid is feeling better, they don't immediately go back. There is a process of bringing that athlete back to return to play. And it takes several steps. It's not just a very quick fix.
And that's when you hear the words concussion protocol, talking with your doctor. Dr. Cothran, thank you so much for joining us this morning. That was helpful.
Great, wonderful. Thanks for having me.
Time now 7:48. A lot of people hoping to head outside and play some sports this weekend.
And we got to find out exactly what the weather's going to be like, how many layers we should put the kids on before they hit the soccer field. Amy Aronson is here with our forecast.
Yeah, timing will be key. During the afternoon, it's actually going to be nice and mild this weekend, but in the morning and the evenings, little cool. And that has to do with our loss of daylight. We're actually losing daylight with each passing day, and then sunset getting earlier and earlier. For example, today it's coming up at 6:29 p.m. In just 1 week, we're at 6:19. And then 6:10 in 2 weeks. In 3 weeks, by the time we head into early November, it's happening closer to 6, and then we fall back November 6th, and we push it up to 4:59, so just before 5 o'clock. But this morning, we're enjoying a beautiful sunrise. We can see that sun lighting up the clouds and the sky as the clouds gradually clear out. Mid-50s right now with a drier weekend ahead of us. Highs in the upper 60s today as that sun returns, and it's actually going to stay comfortable during the day with a couple of cool nights coming up. That next chance for rain actually holds off until the end of the weekend, coming up late Sunday. Our chance of rain from yesterday is on its way out. That's that area of low pressure moving away from us. Coming in behind it, not much of anything. And that bodes well for the weekend. That means we are looking at a dry couple of days out there. And Future Scan verifies that. It shows we've got sunshine this afternoon with highs in the mid to upper 60s, feeling fantastic. Tonight's another cool one. If you're headed out to dinner late tonight, bring a jacket with you. Temperatures will be falling back into the 40s in some areas north and west of Baltimore, low 50s everywhere else by early tomorrow morning when the Baltimore Marathon gets underway. But by the afternoon, feeling fantastic for October standards. We actually make a run for the mid and upper 70s. And then as we head through Sunday morning, pretty similar. We're dry, we're cool to begin. We're nice and mild during the afternoon with highs in the upper 60s, low 70s. But then you start to see some clouds here. That's the start of our next weather maker starting to take over and eventually sending us some showers by the very, very end of the weekend. But today, no need to worry about the rain. Perfect day for anything you want to do outside. Temperatures end up in the very seasonable mid and upper 60s. Tonight's going to be a nice one by the fire pit if you want to do that. Maybe make some s'mores. Clear skies will dominate with temperatures cooling off back into the mid 50s. Waking up for the Baltimore Marathon tomorrow. Going to be great for runners. Cool temperatures to begin. Temperatures warming throughout that race with nothing but sunshine. Blue skies and sunshine over Baltimore to start off the weekend. Sunday, we see a bit more cloud cover as that weather maker approaches, and then some scattered showers roll through Monday into Tuesday. Following that, a huge cool down brings our highs into the low 50s, our overnight lows into the very chilly upper 30s. Tom, Megan.
Thank you, Amy. The Commanders win big against the Bears, but the drama off the field overshadowing the team's victory. We have the latest from FedEx Field on the controversy surrounding the team's owner.
And if you are driving around the city this weekend, get ready for some major closures. Still ahead, the alternate routes that drivers will have to take because of the Baltimore Marathon.
Meaning you may have some issues with a coffee run tomorrow.
But before we even head out for a run this morning, it's time for a coffee break. It's 7:54. A big win for the Washington Commanders taking on the Bears in Thursday night football.
Yeah, the Commanders won it 12-7 and improved to 2-4 on the season. Now the next game will be against the Packers on the 23rd.
But it is the drama off the field that is making headlines this morning. Commanders owner Dan Snyder was at the game last night, hours after just a bombshell report from ESPN saying that Snyder is going to extreme measures to save his team.
Yeah, then overnight, head coach Ron Rivera had a meltdown in front of the media when asked about the impacts of the off-field distractions.
John Gonzalez with our Sinclair sister station in D.C. is live from FedEx Field this morning. John, what is going on with this team? So much drama off the field when we should be celebrating a win.
So much drama. Yeah, it's amazing that they were actually able to win that game last night with all the distractions and a meltdown. That's a great way to put it. We had to pull out the beep button this morning. You know, this ESPN report comes at a time just days before all NFL owners are set to meet, and this could be a discussion that is made next week. Now, according to ESPN writers, Dan Snyder, the owner of the Washington Commanders, is essentially blackmailing other owners. Sources with ESPN say that he targeted at least 6 owners in the NFL, including Jerry Jones of the rival Dallas Cowboys. Snyder, by the way, is already facing investigations by the league and congressional hearings on Capitol Hill over workplace misconduct. Now, here's ESPN writer Tisha Thompson, who helped break this story, and also an emotional and angry head coach Ron Rivera.
There is a belief in the NFL that Dan Snyder has used, or his lawyers have used, private investigators to gather what is called dirt that could, quote, blow up at least 6 owners and NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell. What we do not know is if Snyder is bluffing.
They hear all this stuff and they got to deal with it. I get that and I respect them for that because they're resilient. They come back. Everybody keeps wanting to say, I didn't want anything to do with Carson. Well, bullshit. I'm the guy that pulled out the sheets of paper, that looked at the analytics, that watched the tape in the fricking when we were at Indianapolis. Okay? And that's what pisses me off because the young man doesn't deserve to have that all the time. I'm sorry, I'm done.
All of the turmoil around this team starting to take its toll on the head coach. Now, I mentioned that the NFL owners will be meeting next week. If the NFL were to vote to try to remove Dan Snyder as the owner of the Commanders, it would have to take 24 of the 32 owners to vote yes. Reporting live outside of FedEx Field, John Gonzalez, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, the controversy will continue. John Gonzalez, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Well, this Sunday, meantime, the Ravens are taking on the New York Giants at MetLife Stadium. Kickoff scheduled for 1 p.m.
After a wet and gross Thursday, we're looking forward to a dry and sunny weekend ahead. Look at this. Meteorologist Amy Aronson tracking temperatures in her full Weather Authority forecast.
Police confirming yet another attempted ATM theft in the city. Coming up, I'm live with the details and the latest in this growing trend. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, This is Fox 45 Morning News.
Oh, the calm is finally here after the latest weather maker moves out of our region finally. You can track it by taking a look at our radar in the middle of your screen there. We're also taking you live to the Inner Harbor in Towson and Washington, D.C. for a look at the latest conditions there as well.
Well, good morning. Thanks for waking up with us. It's Friday, October 14th. I'm Megan Gilland.
It is Friday, right?
Feels good, right?
It feels good. Yeah, I'm Taylor Stewart. Let's go ahead and check in with meteorologist Amy Aronson with a look at our forecast for today. Amy, we're seeing the rain just disappear, hopefully.
Yeah, the sun taking over. We had an incredible sunrise this morning. If you missed it, it looks like the clouds are kind of starting to cover it up now, but I promise we're going to see more and more sun as the day continues. Radar already looks much improved. This 1 hour loop shows absolutely nothing. And that is good news. You can put the rain gear away today. As you plan out your day, maybe a jacket this morning. Temperatures are off to a cool start, but by this afternoon, you won't need it. With the help of that sunshine, we will warm our way back into the mid and upper 60s today. And tomorrow's even warmer. I've got an updated look at your weekend forecast, hour by hour, in just about 10 minutes. Megan, Taylor.
Fox 45 News is sitting down with Ivan Bates, Baltimore's likely next top prosecutor, in the wide-ranging exclusive interview.
That's right. One of the topics, squeegee kids. Fox 45 has been flooded with videos and stories from viewers sharing their heated exchanges with squeegee kids since police say a 15-year-old squeegee kid shot and killed Timothy Reynolds back in July. Our Mackenzie Frost questioned Bates on his plan to address the problem.
Laws on the books say what they're doing is illegal.
Yes. I have been clear. I have not changed my stance. I understand, but they can't be there. It's not safe for the squeegee workers. It's not safe for the citizens. Once again, my job is to enforce the law. Stepping off that sidewalk, going in and out of traffic is illegal. And as far as I'm concerned, we cannot do that.
Does that mean you disagree with the mayor's law department's interpretation of the law, that what they're doing is protected free speech, because they say that that's panhandling?
I understand, however, on the law, I disagree. To me, there's a difference of panhandling, holding a sign very quietly in an area, not going in and out of traffic.
Right.
Going in and out of traffic is an action. Therefore, I believe that action is illegal.
Now, Ivan Bates says he doesn't want to give children a criminal record and is willing to find other diversion programs for them at first. But if it doesn't work, he will prosecute them.
There's a lot more from this interview, including what Bates had to say about the Adnan Syed case and his vision for bringing new technology to the office. You can find Mackenzie's full interview on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Election Day is almost here, and taking a look at those important dates for you to mark on your calendar. Of course, November 8th, the general election, but early voting begins October 27th and runs through November 3rd. You can also request mail-in ballots right now. Those must be delivered by November 1st. And remember, same-day registration will be available on Election Day as long as you have proof of your address.
8:03 on New this morning. In a city in crisis, police are confirming yet another attempt to steal an ATM from a city business.
It's just the latest in a string of ATM thefts we've seen over the last few weeks here, a trend we saw repeatedly last fall and winter. Shannon Lilly joins us live from the police headquarters with the search now for the people responsible. Shannon.
Yeah, and that search, Taylor, is on this morning for the two suspects that police believe are behind this most recent attempted theft. It happened yesterday afternoon. Let's get you straight to that scene video, and you can notice the police that were just outside of the New York Chicken and Grill. You can also see the ATM right there in the window. Police saying this all happened right along Bel Air Road, just off of Erdman Avenue. Now, they say two men in dark clothes tried to steal an ATM around 3:30 p.m. And take a look at this. Police also providing information on the stolen vehicle that they say that the suspects used. It's a 1996 light blue Dodge Caravan with Maryland tag 20879CG. Now, if you have any information on this incident, you are urged to call detectives. Reporting live from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Fox 45 News has reported extensively on the string of ATM thefts in recent years, with more than 30 cases in 2021. Police say there have been 20 ATM burglaries this year from June 1st through September 23rd. ATM thefts do not seem to be as often as before, but it seems to be picking back up once again.
8:05, and turning now to the crisis in the classroom. Baltimore County school leaders are defending their policies when it comes to the recent outbreak of violence across different schools.
Now, parents took their concerns straight to school leaders after a virtual town hall last week. Olivia Dance is joining us live from Baltimore County with what the district is doing moving forward. Olivia, good morning.
Good morning, Taylor. And Baltimore County school leaders are now promoting a list of safety enhancements, including things like the hiring of 140 safety assistants. They also promised to continue the conversations from last night's virtual town hall. And the public was asked to submit questions ahead of the meeting. Take a listen.
Why they get details from the news media or police first. Dr. Mullenix?
So as a school system, it's incumbent upon us to investigate and gather accurate information. So when we do share that with the communities and families, we're giving you the entire picture.
Why can't disruptive students be removed from the bus?
Thank you for that. So that is totally incorrect. Disruptive students can and will be removed from the bus if needed.
The meeting was spent outlining current policies, addressing some of what they say is false information, and acknowledging that there is a problem. It comes after a flood of violent fight videos from Baltimore County schools were circulating on social media. Parents and community leaders have been outraged by the violence.
Something that has been ongoing for quite some time. And it seems as if no one is making any attempt to bring this to a close.
And the superintendent of schools addressed the narrative that they aren't holding students accountable, promising that's not true and that they are taking action. For now, reporting live in Baltimore County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. A deadly overnight shooting claims the lives of 5 people in North Carolina, and it is believed that a teen was the one holding the gun. Just ahead this morning, what we are learning about an arrest made.
And we're off to a cloudy and a cool start this morning, but if you look closely at that shot there, you can see a little sliver of sun. I'll explain when we're going to see more of it and what it means for your weekend plans in a couple of minutes. It's 8:07. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
We're taking you live now to the news conference that is getting underway here in Raleigh. It just closed down on us, but 5 people shot and killed yesterday in a shooting that happened in northeast Raleigh. If we can get some teleprompter up here, I've got the script in there. Exactly, there we go. And at least 5 people were shot and killed yesterday, and they were dead after. Let's keep going. And so the suspect is a teenager. Now you're looking live at the downtown area where the community is waking up to tragedy. One of those people who was killed was an off-duty police officer. And this is brand new video from the scene overnight. Police say they still do not have a motive, but we understand a minor has been arrested in this shooting. It happened in northeast Raleigh, an area where single-family homes and golf courses are abundant. And we know the shooting unfolded right as people were getting home from work. The mayor of Raleigh is calling for the violence to end this morning.
We must stop this mindless violence in America. We must address gun violence. We have much to do, and tonight we have much to mourn.
Now, the crime scene began on a greenway. Police say the teen suspect ran from them, barricading himself in a home, prompting officials to tell the community to stay inside their houses. That led to a several hours long standoff before police were able to finally make an arrest. Now, there were 2 other people who were hurt. One of them is still in the hospital this morning. That's the latest here at the Live Center. Megan. And in less than 18 hours, 6 people shot, 2 of them dead. Still to come this morning, we're going to break down the latest city of violence and residents who are waking up and speaking about it. And now, Charm TV may not be so quiet for the next on the public access channel's massive budget and where your taxpayer dollars are going. This morning, we're following the money. That is your taxpayer dollars. Baltimore's public access TV channel, Charm TV, received more than $1.3 million last year. After the city's initial budget for the office was slated for just half of that figure. The cable station run by the mayor's office broadcasts government meetings and other original programming, but has a staff of only 4 people. Joining us to weigh in, Adam Andrzejewski, the founder and CEO of OpenTheBooks.com, the world's largest database of government spending from the federal to the local level. Good morning.
Good morning, Taylor.
Now let's get into the numbers here. So Charm TV's initial budget was set for around $665,000. And in 21, the budget was at about $720,000. But both years, the office received special revenue, and the budgets came to about $1.4 to $1.3 million in both years, respectively. What is special revenue?
So it's unclear what special revenue is. And although Charm TV was created to bring transparency to city meetings and other city council hearings and commissions and the like, they're not being very transparent because we asked that question of the city officials and we didn't receive an answer. So Taylor, I think we have to start asking some basic questions like, why is the city of Baltimore spending over $1 million a year to get into the broadcasting business? And I think we know the answer. This is a pro-administration channel. This is government-run television, and that runs antithetical to how the media, the press in America has traditionally been. We've had an independent media, and this is a channel that will take the administration's line. And nothing rankles taxpayers, Taylor, more than using taxpayer dollars to convince taxpayers to spend even more taxpayer money on a larger size and scope of government.
Well, I'm curious to know, based on your reporting, how is this money being spent?
So in the budget, they've had positions of up to 4 positions in that budget for the last number of years. But in 2021 and 2022, they only had 3 staffers. Now, just recently, they did hire a deputy director, which begs the question, if they went for over 2 years, nearly 2 years without a director or a deputy director, why did they have to add back the position? We asked how much that person makes because they were hired in April of this year, and the city pointed us to 2021 figures, but obviously the position wasn't created in 2021. So I do want to go back to this concept of why this channel even exists, because the infrastructure now exists with Charm TV as a government-run, state-operated channel. And that's actually what we had in the Soviet Union with Pravda. We had state-run television with a pro-state message.
Well, thank you for joining us, Andrew. We'll continue to follow this and track the money here, especially those taxpayer dollars. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's head over to check our weather, right?
Yeah.
Meteorologist Amy Aronson.
Yeah, a little cloudy out there this morning. We're awaiting the sunrise, or the sunshine, I should say, that's trying to break through. We had an incredible sunrise earlier. Now it's just been covered up by some of these clouds, but they are on their way out. Temperatures are off to a cool start. We've got lots of 50s still on the board this morning, but these numbers should warm as soon as we get that sunshine back. And this is all in wake of yesterday's weather maker. This area of low pressure brought us all the rain. That's scooting out of here, coming in behind it, not much of anything. Yeah, that blue stuff, that is some snow for parts of Minnesota. Not going to be the case here. We're actually tracking warming temperatures as we get into the weekend. I made them nice and big so you can see exactly where they're headed for the Baltimore area. You'll notice today we make a run for the mid and upper 60s under sunny skies eventually. Another cold front's going to zip through tomorrow. This front's not going to send us any rain. Actually, in advance of it, we really warm up. Tomorrow's the pick of the weekend. Not only is it going to be dry and sunny, it's going to be nice and warm with highs headed for the mid and upper 70s. Pretty incredible for October. As we get into Sunday, the clouds make a speedy return, followed by another weather maker, another cold front. This one will come through with some moisture. I think by Sunday evening, we're tracking some showers with that. But most of the daylight hours this weekend are actually dry and very seasonable. Saturday is the warmer of the 2 days with highs in the low to mid 70s. By Sunday, we cloud up the skies, and that's going to keep our temperatures down a little bit. But I think the shower chance holds off until late Sunday. Looking ahead, we are tracking cooling temperatures beyond that. That cold front will live up to its name, bring us back into the mid-60s on Monday. By Tuesday, even cooler with highs struggling to get out of the low 50s. And that kicks off actually the coolest stretch of the season so far. Meanwhile, we still have some activity in the tropics to talk about. Say hello to Tropical Storm Carl that formed in the Gulf. That will actually make landfall in Central America away from us as a tropical storm in the days ahead, so should not be a concern for the United States. Our only concern is that next weather maker coming up late Sunday into Monday. That sends us some scattered showers, and we'll wrap up on Tuesday. After that, a cool stretch kicks off. We've got a long stretch of highs in the low to mid 50s and some chilly overnight lows next week, with lows dipping into the upper 30s. Megan Taylor.
All right, Amy, thank you. Now to our Len Stoller traffic network. We've got a live look from 895, right at 95 here this morning. We've got a lot of traffic out there, heavy volume, but no issues here on this stretch here this morning. Roads drying out, looking much better out there.
That looks too fancy. Yeah. All right, Dog Fest is going down, and we are snacking right now. I'm going to have a little snack, too, if you don't mind. Oh, okay. Fox 45.
It is so Baltimore. The ultimate furry fun fest is taking over Reisterstown tomorrow.
The Baltimore Humane Society's Dog Fest is back with a day full of activities. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark joins us with a preview of the festivities. Mark, good morning.
Good morning. Now, we have a lot of activities. Now, the dogs got to have their snacks. And, of course, the creator of Leia's Treats is here. Heather, these foods look delicious. Take a look at this. Can you get a shot of those donuts right there? These are all delicious snacks for the doggies that Heather created. So, Heather, tell us about the snacks here.
So everything that I make, it's homemade, all natural, gluten-free, and grain-free. My dog Leia has lots of allergies and sensitivities, so I started this to help dogs just like her. I just started doing rescue boxes, and the rescue boxes will benefit the local rescues and shelters, things like that. They all come with a minimum of a $4 donation, so 20% of the $20. They have 2 cupcakes, 2 doggone donuts, 6 crunchies, and then it includes the $4 donation to, in this instance, the Baltimore Humane Society. So
it's going to be a great event, everything for everybody, not just the dogs. And the best part about the snacks are the humans can eat them too. Humans can have them, and the doggies can have them. So you can have the snacks with your buddy. You can have a bite, and your buddy can have a bite, right there. Yeah, just come on. So this is just a few. Wait a minute. Wait, hold on here. What? Okay. Just a few of the activities going down. The Dog Fest is back again. We're excited about it, guys, and we got great meals planned and a lot of activities.
Mark, did you just eat a dog treat?
I think that happened.
I did.
How's that
wait
taste?
a minute. I'm sorry, Bubbles. You can have some. You said that's my snack.
I have so many more
But that's what
questions
it's all about,
for
man.
him.
Honestly,
He's acting like this is normal, Taylor.
Yeah, he is. And we're going to let him roll out like that because he's sharing it with the doggy. And that dog is, look at him, he's going for it. So apparently it is good.
Mark. We're going to put information on our website. I think people are going to be nervous. FoxBaltimore.com/newslinks. Eating dog treats now.
Okay. We are seeing the return of sunny skies today. Meteorologist Amy Aronson will let us know what kind of weekend forecast we're in for.
Police are asking for your help to solve the murder of a Baltimore County teen. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, all of the details known so far in the investigation.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
And good Friday morning to you. It is October 14th. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers. That's right. We're heading into the weekend. It looks like we're going to have the perfect weather for it. The Dog Fest, whether you're eating treats or not, you know, it's going to be one of those Saturdays for the whole family.
Absolutely. Let's just toss it over to meteorologist Amy Aronson. I still can't get that image out of my head of Mark eating
salty,
a dog treat.
right? Aren't they
I have a
salty?
lot of questions still.
I mean, some of them honestly look like cookies or human treats. So, you know,
Sounds like somebody that may have mistaken before in the past.
No, not
No?
me.
Okay.
But I have seen, not me. I have seen people try them though, but they do look good sometimes. But yeah, if you're eating treats, maybe heading to Dog Fest, or maybe you're being healthy and running the Baltimore Marathon tomorrow. Weather looks fantastic for whatever you have planned. Low to mid 50s to start things off, so it's comfortably cool this morning. These numbers call for a light jacket as you step out for your morning drive. Temperatures will be warming quickly though. I'm giving the remainder of your morning drive the green light because we've just got sunshine from here on out. We're drying out and temperatures are warming from the 50s back into the 60s eventually. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I will break down that weekend forecast for you hour by hour so you know exactly what to expect. Taylor?
Alrighty, thank you. Let's head over and check the Stoller traffic network. As you can see, we are seeing some police activity on 95 northbound near Canton Avenue. Take a look at the backups and get ready for some slowdowns if you're heading out there this morning. We'll give another update on traffic in just a few minutes here.
Well, it's 8:30 and we start this half hour with the city in crisis. 6 people shot, 2 of them dead in less than 17 hours. The first shooting happening right here you see on the map just after 2:30 yesterday morning in East Baltimore. Officers responding to the corner of Boone and East 20th Street. Once arriving, they found a man who was suffering from gunshot wounds. The victim was transported to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. However, in the Western District, one man was found dead just before 5 in the morning at North and Woodbrook Park. When arriving, police say they found the victim suffering from gunshot wounds. He was pronounced dead at the scene.
Then at 1:30 p.m., officers responded to a triple shooting in Cherry Hill. Police say 2 of those victims walked into the hospital, while witnesses say one of the victims was shot in the leg, both legs, and went to a nearby store for help.
It was just so like, it sounded like it was in the air until somebody came into the store and was like, hey, I got shot, help, please.
Now, that was an employee from that store who says the store was locked and he made sure nobody else was allowed in behind him. He tells us the violence in Baltimore needs to stop.
I just wanted to stop because I know that we all lovers out here, and I know we want to see more for everybody. So if we can just stop the shooting and stop everything else, because I feel like we can make it.
Yeah, well, the latest shooting happening on Reisterstown Road right at Beeler Avenue just after 7 last night. Police say they found a man who was dead in the front seat of a car.
At least 577 people have been shot and survived so far this year. That's 13 more than the same this time last year. 264 people have lost their lives this year due to gun violence.
From murders to carjackings, a recent high-speed chase, Baltimore City has seen a rise in young people committing violent crime.
And during our exclusive interview with Ivan Bates, he addressed juvenile crime, saying he doesn't want to prosecute them, but he will if he has to.
Where's the mentor programs? You know, I've done a lot of work with juveniles over my years, and one of the things I understand and know is mentorship is so important. Giving that positive role model, hearing those young individuals to find out what the problems that they have. So I don't want to necessarily do it in the criminal justice system, but if I have to, then I will.
Well, we have live team coverage this morning. Shannon Lilly will be joining us in just a few minutes to talk about the juvenile crime all across the state and then concerns within the juvenile justice system.
But first, we start with Olivia Dan. So police are now asking for the public's help in solving the murder of a Baltimore County football player. Olivia, where does the investigation stand this morning?
Yeah, Taylor, as you mentioned, police this morning are now asking for your help to solve the murder of a teen. They believe that there's video of what happened and it could lead to a breakthrough in the case. 14-year-old Travis Stoller was a football player here at Milford Mill Academy, and it's now been 6 weeks since he was shot and killed less than half a mile away from the school. But the 2 big questions that remain are who did this and why. The incident happened following a football game on September 2nd near the intersection of Washington Avenue and Liberty Road. Another juvenile boy was also shot but survived. And as time goes on, police and family members are desperate for answers.
He was so excited about going to high school. He was always very fun, loving and outgoing, just a wonderful spirit. It's very disheartening. To be honest, words can't sum up the way that I feel about this situation.
And the family has been pushing to rename the intersection Travis Way as a means to keep his family, in this case, as a means to keep his name, in this case, alive. We're now reporting live in Baltimore County. I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. 8:34, moving now to Howard County. We are learning a 15-year-old boy is in custody in connection with a murder in Columbia.
Now, Shannon Lilly joins us live this morning with reaction from the community and how this case is part of a much larger trend. Shannon.
Yeah, not only is this murder stunning for the people who live in the area, Taylor, but also the age of the suspect. Well, that is, of course, alarming, too. And at this point, no one can say for sure why we keep seeing this trend of young people committing violent crimes. But some people that we spoke to have an idea. Listen.
I feel like social media, definitely the music, these kids not having any boundaries, really no discipline. No respect.
And I feel like parents are nowadays not paying attention to what their kids are doing.
Yeah, those neighbors you just heard from are reacting to the murder that happened right here at the Bluffs at Hawthorne Apartments on Hickory Ridge Road. That's in Howard County. Now, last Friday, a resident was shot and killed outside of his own building. Now, police are charging a 15-year-old boy as an adult in this murder, and this is just the latest juvenile to be charged in a violent crime. You'll remember just 3 weeks ago, police say 2 juveniles, one possibly as young as 11 years old, tried to rob an employee at gunpoint at the Baltimore Animal Rescue and Care Shelter. And days before that, a 17-year-old high school student was arrested in the murder of another 17-year-old student who was gunned down in the Mervo High School parking lot. Well, Sean Kennedy with the Maryland Public Policy Institute argues that all of this is just further evidence that the juvenile justice system in our state is broken. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
From the live center this morning, North Korea launching missiles test overnight once again. Let's take a look over Seoul, South Korea, as tensions once again escalate. Now, Thursday night, South Korea's military defense forced to scramble fighter jets after North Korean warplanes flew dangerously close to the dividing border. Now, this as North Korea launches yet another ballistic missile early Friday morning, the latest of several recent weapons tests by Kim Jong-un's regime. And South Korea's military defense says it's conducted artillery drills in response by sending out their warplanes in a show of force. Now, South Korea's president says they see this as a provocation, and these continued missile tests will only cause more of a situation there on the ground. But we'll keep you updated from the live center. Tom, back to you.
Thank you, Taylor. The Ravens heading to New York after coming out on top against the Cincinnati Bengals. Just ahead, how you're supporting them on this Purple Friday.
And take advantage of the sunshine this weekend. Meteorologist Amy Aronson will let us know when those temperatures will be dropping.
.40 on this Friday morning. Looking ahead to the weekend shows warming temperatures. At least on Saturday, we'll spend the day in the low to mid 70s. Going to feel pretty nice. Sunday, not quite as warm, but still not bad. We'll be tracking increasing clouds with highs getting close to 70. But at that point, I'm also tracking our next weather maker. I'll explain when we see some rain courtesy of that in 10 minutes. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Taking a live look now over M&T Bank Stadium. Look at this morning, where the last time we saw the Ravens came out on top against the Cincinnati Bengals.
Oh, yeah. And as we look ahead to the game this week, we're cheering on the Ravens from afar as they take on the New York Giants.
Yeah, and we'd love to see how you're supporting the flock. In fact, Sharon sent us this picture of her three boys or grandsons right there. And then look, one grandson holding her 1-month-old granddaughter, and they are all supporting their purple pride. Great photo.
And Regina sent us this picture of Maya supporting her, wearing her purple pride, even down to her socks. Look at her. And of course, we're wearing our purple today, but we want to see you guys in your purple pride all season long. Go ahead and send your pictures and videos to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or use your Fox 45 News mobile app. You can just click that Explore tab and then again, chime in.
Chime in with some hard rock right there. All right.
Yeah.
Well, DC Classic finally reopening today after starting upgrades in late 2018. Coming up, the new and renovated galleries that are out of this world.
It is a common mental health problem when it comes to our faces and our body. I'm Liz Bonus. 1 in 50 of us have it. She is working to conquer it. We will share more just ahead.
Yeah. 8:43, and we have some breaking news right here. In fact, right now, we've been watching this news conference on the latest details following the deadly mass shooting that happened in North Carolina, where first responders and government officials are speaking. They're talking about the 5 people who were gunned down. 2 others were injured. Officials say off-duty officers among the dead. Another officer is among the wounded. Stay right here at Fox 45 as we are learning more and finding out more about the suspect in the shooting, again, coming out of North Carolina. 8:44, meeting virtually has led many of us to feel a bit more self-conscious about how our faces look on the screen.
But mental health specialists warn it's also led to a rise in a common appearance-related disorder you may have never heard about.
Yeah, medical reporter Liz Bonus explains this dysmorphia.
Yeah.
Hey there, everybody. For months now, we've been following Brianna Tenenfeld's very personal journey to face her own fear. She decided to take specific steps to confront a health concern so common, it is estimated 1 in 50 of us have it.
I've struggled a lot with body dysmorphia, basically as long as I can remember.
Body dysmorphia is the feeling that something about your own body isn't the way it's supposed to be. In Brianna's case, it's her nose.
What I see in the mirror brings me so much discomfort that it makes day-to-day living basically impossible.
What separates her discomfort, however, from, say, the rest of us who don't like how we look on screen, is that with dysmorphia,
that thing that you perceive as wrong would not be noticed by other people.
Dysmorphia got amped up with all our pandemic screen time. For Brianna, that translated to,
it's not even about this, it's about this on me.
So in an effort to heal both the mind,
a lot of my life has been lost to this crippling fear,
and the body, she decided, along with mental health support, she was going to get a nose job.
We performed a rhinoplasty. It's actually called a septorhinoplasty.
As this video, provided by Ohio's Advanced Cosmetic Surgery and Laser Center, shows, Dr. John Mendelson carefully customized her look.
The most important thing really is during that process, not just sharing information about the procedure, but setting expectations.
Based on Brianna's first peek, no bandages.
God, I'm scared. Oh my God, it's so different. Oh my God.
It appears her expectations were met. Brianna admits she still has a long way to go. Dysmorphia can be so intense for some, they have to overcome the idea that
I'm a monster. I can't go out because my appearance is so hideous it's going to offend others.
I'm curious how much the outside now has sort of made a difference on the inside, or how has it made a difference on the inside?
On the inside, I still think I'm myself. I just think that I'm a better version of myself. I'm a version of myself that is a little less anxious. I'm a version of myself that feels a little bit better about the way I look.
Brianna now, of course, continuing both that medical care and mental health support. She says she hopes if you are struggling with dysmorphia, you too will reach out for help. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Now back to you.
All right, 8:47 on this Friday morning, and yeah, headed for the weekend. And it looks like a lot of activities, whether you're pumpkin picking or just cheering on the Ravens Sunday.
Which is so nice because the rain was just washing us out these last couple. Was it just yesterday? It felt like a few days.
It did. That was just yesterday, and a little bit this morning, too.
Yeah, exactly. Meteorologist Amy Aronson. So we're looking good this weekend.
We are. We're looking good. We're feeling good. Beautiful fall weekend ahead of us. Starting to actually look like fall. We're starting to see the leaves change colors. That means we're seeing less and less green and more yellows, oranges, and reds. Most vibrant colors are found west of here in western parts of the state. That's where you find the darker oranges. Locally, we're all included in this bright yellow, means some patchy fall colors starting to show up. We've got to wait until the end of the month until we see our colors peak. Right now, I am seeing some yellow shining down from the Inner Harbor here. That is some sunshine. That's a welcome sight in wake of the rain from yesterday and this morning. And we will see more and more sun as the day continues. That actually leads us into a much drier weekend with some comfortable days and some pretty cool nights. Next shot at rain holds off until late Sunday. We're saying goodbye to this pesky weather maker. That area of low pressure brought us all the rain yesterday. That's moving out of here. Behind it, not much of anything. That means we're going to stay mostly rain-free this weekend. And FutureScan confirms that. Shows highs in the upper 60s today. A cool night will follow under clear skies. We start off cool tomorrow morning. Great if you're running the Baltimore Marathon, actually. Pretty comfortable out there. And then warm during the afternoon to celebrate finishing the race. We'll see highs ending up in the mid-70s. Looks like Sunday turns a little cloudy as early as the morning now. Cool to begin, not quite as warm to end, but still pretty pleasant and mostly rain-free throughout the day with showers holding off until late Sunday evening. Today, it's all sunshine. No need to worry about any rain. Perfect for all your fall things today. Highs ending up in the upper 60s. Tonight's another cool one. Under clear skies, we'll see our temperatures fall back into the 50s, but it's going to be the perfect night. Perfect temperatures to hang by the fire pit. And if you are gearing up for the Baltimore Marathon, temperatures look fantastic, especially to get things started. The cool low 50s to begin. By noon, by the time things are wrapping up, we'll end up in the more comfortable mid 60s. Under full sun. And a quick look ahead shows that change as our next weather maker moves in late Sunday into Monday. Monday, I'm tracking some scattered showers. After that, a huge cool down coming up as we head towards next week. A long stretch of the low 50s will follow with some pretty chilly nights, actually. We'll briefly see the upper 30s at night, both Wednesday and Thursday mornings. Now let's take a look at the view through your window. Say good morning to Sky. Sky is all decked out for Purple Friday, and I love the name. I feel like it's kind of weather themed. We'd love to see the view through your window. Just head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or scan the QR code right there on your screen. Tom, Taylor.
Thank you, Amy. 8:50 now, and the wait is almost over. The National Air and Space Museum reopening today with 8 new galleries that can take you to new heights from aviation to space exploration.
You will have to reserve a timed entry pass, though, online to explore the exhibit, including the planet's gallery. It's a reimagined way of looking at our solar system to understand Earth and what really goes into the world beyond, instead of just getting a conventional tour that begins with the sun, then moves out. We're looking at this solar system by getting a look from the outside in.
This is just phase 1 of this reopening. When the project is done in just a few years, there will be a total of 23 new galleries.
Wow. Also trending now, the Baltimore Marathon returns this weekend. Mayor Brandon Scott says it's another chance for Baltimore to show it's capable of hosting big-time sporting events on par with the Preakness and Baltimore Cycling Classic.
Yeah, the marathon and 10K both start tomorrow, as Amy was just talking about, at 8 o'clock in the morning. The 5K gets underway at 7:30. Perfect weather for it. Several streets along the race. That course will be closed throughout the morning and afternoon. You see the full interactive map of the course and the closures. It's all available at the BaltimoreMarathon.com. Also looking ahead, extremely cute landscapers, some will say, will be put to work at the Wyman Park Dell in North Baltimore.
Yeah, this comes after a year hiatus. Goats on the Slope program returns this weekend with a herd of goats being brought in to manage the vegetation and the BMA slope. Prosperity Acres, a farm in Calverton County, will provide the goats. The public funded the project through a GoFundMe campaign. Oh, those.
They eat it, but then watch where you step, right? Because it all has to be processed. Still to come this morning, this week's pigskin prediction with guest Captain Defense, who thinks he will come out on top during Sunday football predictions.
With the Baltimore Humane Society, this weekend is going down. Dog Fest is back. It's been shut down since 2019 because of COVID, but it's back. We're here this morning. Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
And we're not eating dog treats over here. We are going to take a little break, a coffee break, that is.
That's right. 8:55, topping your morning business report. Uber is reportedly facing an FTC investigation over its rewards program. According to the New York Post, the Federal Trade Commission is initiating an informal investigation into complaints about the company's reward program. Some customers claim the rideshare company has made it difficult to use those rewards, which will soon come to an end. Reward points can be redeemed until midnight, October 31st, although earning them stopped in the month of August. Netflix is putting a price on its new ad-supported streaming plan. New streaming tier rolls out next month. It'll cost you $7 a month. Netflix says the subscription feature will have between 4 and 5 minutes of ads each hour. Now, ads will be between 15 and 30 seconds each and will play before and during the content. Good news for Taco Bell fans. I don't know, that image doesn't look too good. Nacho fries are now back on the menu for a limited time. The fast food joint is also adding loaded truff nacho fries. Both will be available for the next 2 weeks while supplies last. Krispy Kreme getting into the holiday spirit with their new House Haunted collection. There's actually bugs crawling around on some of them, right? The collection features a spooky family of Halloween-inspired donuts. A pair of Levi's sells for $76,000 at auction. Why? Well, the blue jeans, pulled from a gold rush era mine shaft in New Mexico, are believed to be from the 1880s. There they are right there. They didn't even bother washing them. According to the listing, they're one of the oldest known pairs from the gold rush era. The jeans featured suspender buttons, were marked with candle wax, and were also adorned with iconic Levi Strauss patch, which looks nearly indistinguishable from today. Look at that. What size? Waist 38 by 32? Short and pudgy. All right, I got you. 8:57, air fryers popular in millions of kitchens. Genevieve Gorder's here with the next level solution that turns any pan into a stovetop air fryer. A special low price, too. Here's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
Everybody, I've got something to show you today that you're all very familiar with, but there's an extra twist. Now, we all love a good air fryer. It's quick. We avoid the oil, the calories, seriously, like 70% less calories. But as a designer, and I'm sure a lot of you share this with me, I think they're bulky, they're not so cute, and they take up way too much space on the counter. Okay, my rant is over. Needless to say, when the air roll showed up in the mail, I was doing a little dance. Let me tell you about this solution-based product that is going to solve all your bulky air fryer issues. It's called the Air Whirl Crisper, and it can turn any pan into an air fryer. So you just place this lid on any pan that you already have, and your food will be air fried in a fraction of the time. I used it the same day it arrived. Put the lid on, press the button, done. And then you're winning because you can put it all away in the drawer. The Air Whirl is so easy to use, battery operated. You can store it without any of those tangled wires. And the thermometer is right here in the front of the lid. So you always know what temperature you are cooking at, just like you would on any traditional air fryer. Right now on ASA Deals, we are offering an exclusive 33% off the Air Whirl Crisper. You guys take advantage of this deal because they're not going to last long. Go to asadeals.com.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
You are looking at some live pictures here outside on this Friday morning as the commute continues. We've had a rainy 24 hours and things are finally drying up.
The great news right there. It's Friday, October 14th. I'm Tom Rogers. Thanks for waking up with us.
Even better news that it's Friday.
Friday?
Man, I'm Megan Gillen. We have meteorologist Amy Aronson joining us as well.
Yeah, pretty purple Friday out there. The sun is back and it's here to stay, at least for the next 48 hours. Then we're tracking our next weather maker. But right now we're drying out. We're welcoming back the sun. We're going to start to warm up. A little cool to begin, low to mid 50s to get your day started. But as you plan out the rest of your day, plan on sunshine and temperatures warming through the mid and upper 60s. Coming up in about 10 minutes, I'll let you know exactly how the rest of the weekend plays out. Megan, Tom.
All right, Amy, thank you. Breaking overnight, another mass shooting rocks our nation, this time in Raleigh, North Carolina.
At least 5 people are dead after a shooting in one of the country's fastest growing cities. The suspect, a 15-year-old boy.
Taylor Stewart has the latest right now from our live center. Taylor.
That's right. You're looking live downtown Raleigh, where the community is waking up in tragedy. A 15-year-old boy who was fatally shot along North Carolina walking trail is hospitalized and in critical condition. Now, this is brand new video of the scene overnight. Police still do not have a motive in this case. That shooting happened northeast Raleigh in an area full of single-family homes and golf courses. At this point, we do not know how the shooting unfolded, but the mayor of Raleigh is calling for the violence to end this morning.
We must stop this mindless violence in America. We must address gun violence. We have much to do, and tonight we have much to mourn.
Now, the crime scene began on a greenway. Police say the 15-year-old suspect ran from them and barricaded himself inside a home, prompting officials to tell the community to stay inside their houses. That led to a several hours long standoff before police were able to make an arrest. This morning, we know that among those people who are injured, 2 of them are in the hospital. One person was an off-duty officer who was dead, and also a 16-year-old girl who's not been identified, also pronounced dead this morning. That's the latest from the Live Center. Megan, Tom.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Baltimore has seen a number of mass shootings rip through neighborhoods this year. And as we prepare for the next city state's attorney, Ivan Bates says he is going to crack down on crime.
In fact, throughout his campaign, Bates has said that he plans to reverse City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby's policy to not prosecute low-level crimes, which she says were drug possession and prostitution. Experts have criticized Mosby, saying those policies, though, are fueling our city's crime crisis. In our one-on-one interview, Bates tells Mackenzie Frost he stands by his promise to reverse those policies.
I mean, look, if you take all the votes that didn't go to her, that's almost 71% of the city said we want a new direction.
Right.
I think also I was pretty clear on my policies, and I think the majority of the citizens say we like what Mr. Bates is saying and we want to go in that direction. So I understand the policies. Look, I understand mass incarceration. You know, I could tell stories for days about mass incarceration, things I went through with police officers as a black man in America, but also things I watched my clients go through. Look, you know, I played a major role in exposing Gun Trace Task Force.
Yeah.
But I also know that we've kind of let the pendulum swing too far. We need to bring it a little more in a moderate location so that we hold people accountable, but also understand that, you know what, people make mistakes. Let's figure out what we can do maybe in the expungement area after they've earned that right.
Well, there's a lot more from this interview, including what Bates had to say about the Adnan Syed case and his vision for bringing new technology to the office. You can find Mackenzie's full interview right on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
9:03, and we have some breaking news just into our newsroom right now. We're getting word Baltimore police are now investigating 2 separate shootings that happened within an hour of each other early this morning. The first one just before 1 a.m. in the southern part of the city, just off of East Patapsco Avenue near 10th Street. Police say they found a 63-year-old with a gunshot wound to the face there. First responders brought him to the hospital, and we're working to find out that man's current condition. Now, that other shooting, as you take a look at the map here, that happened about an hour later and about 3 miles away on that very same road, Patapsco Avenue. Police tell us they found a man unresponsive right near Polar Avenue and later found out that he died. Stay with Fox 45 News as we learn more. New this morning in a city in crisis, police are confirming yet another attempt to steal an ATM from a city business.
Yeah, it's just the latest in a string of ATM thefts that we've seen over the last several weeks, and a trend we saw repeatedly last fall and winter.
Shannon Lilly joining us live from police headquarters with the search now for the people responsible. Shannon.
And this morning, the search is on for those 2 suspects that police believe to be behind this most recent theft. It happened yesterday afternoon. So let's get you straight to that scene video where you can notice police right outside New York Chicken and Grill, and you can see the ATM right there in the window. Now, this is along Bel Air Road, just off of Erdman Avenue. Police say 2 men in dark clothes tried to steal the ATM around 3:30 p.m. And take a look at this. Police also providing information on the stolen vehicle that they say the suspects used. It's a 1996 light blue Dodge Caravan with the Maryland tag 20879CG. And this is just the latest attempted theft in a string of crimes like it. Take a look. There were more than 30 cases of ATM thefts in the city in 2021. And so far just this year, from June 1st through September 23rd, there have been 20. Now, to combat this, a spokesperson with the city police department tells us that they have assigned detectives to different districts, and they are doing this as part of an initiative to both prevent these ATM thefts and also to arrest any suspects that are involved. Reporting from police headquarters, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
9:06, and Fox 45 News has reported extensively on the string of ATM thefts in recent years, with more than 30 cases in 2021. Police say there have been 20 ATM burglaries so far this year, from June 1st through September 23rd. ATM thefts do not seem to be as often as before, but it seems they're starting to pick up again.
It's 9:06, and we want to turn now to the crisis in the classroom. Baltimore County public school leaders are defending their policies when it comes to the recent outbreak of violence across different schools.
In fact, parents took their concerns straight to the school leaders at a virtual town hall. Olivia Dance is joining us live now from Baltimore County with what the district is doing now moving forward. Olivia.
Megan and Tom, Baltimore County school leaders are now promoting a list of safety enhancements, including things like the hiring of 140 safety assistants. They also promised to continue the conversations from last night's virtual town hall, and the public was asked to submit written questions ahead of the meeting. Take a listen.
Why they get details from the news media or police first. Dr. Mullenix?
So as a school system, it's incumbent upon us to investigate and gather accurate information. So when we do share that with the communities and families, we're giving you the entire picture.
Why can't disruptive students be removed from the bus?
Thank you for that. So that is totally incorrect. Disruptive students can and will be removed from the bus if needed.
The meeting was spent outlining current policies, addressing some of what they say is false information, and acknowledging that there is a problem. The meeting comes after a flood of violent fight videos from Baltimore County schools were circulating on social media, and parents and community leaders have been outraged by the violence.
Something that has been ongoing for quite some time, and it seems as if no one is making any attempt to bring this to a close.
And the superintendent of schools addressed the narrative that they aren't holding students accountable, promising that's not true and that they are taking action. For now, reporting live in Baltimore County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
It is so Baltimore. Grab your furry friends and have a blast this weekend.
Yeah, great venue. The Baltimore Humane Society hosting the Ultimate Dog Festival. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark live in Reisterstown, and we're gambling that he's going to be coming back with a dog, right? A puppy,
or
maybe
eating treats still.
Or a box of treats. I don't know. Mark, I heard you were eating the dog treats before you gave them to the dog.
And he liked it.
The dog treats were delicious. I'm bonding with the dogs. Look at these. We're going to do the obstacle course now. This will be going down this weekend. That's Xander and his friend over there. And so, what's Xander's friend over there?
This is Makita.
Makita and Xander.
Yes.
So are they going to do some stuff for us?
Yes, sir.
Let's see them in action.
All righty. They got to give kisses
first. Wait a minute.
First.
Hey, what's going on, girl? How you doing? Okay, so boom.
All right. So Wendy and Makita is going to do a little demo. Mainly because some of this equipment is too small for Xander. This is just their fun size stuff.
Oh, Lord, wait a minute now. It's slick out here.
So this is agility equipment. And Makita right here is on what's called the table. Next, she's going to go to the A-frame. There you go. Ooh, it's a little slippery. And then a jump. There you go. And a fun tunnel. Most of the dogs love the tunnel.
Akita.
Yeah. And the weave poles. The dog has to wiggle in and out between each pole. And then we have what's called a little teeter. Again, this is all smaller sized equipment of the real stuff. Competition size. Yeah, good job.
Good job. Good job.
Nice job.
So Megan and Tom, as you can see, the dogs are excited. We're excited. This is the first one since 2019 because of COVID. And so we're back in action. And so bring your dogs, bring your kids, bring everybody. It's going down this weekend. If you love dogs and love to have a great time, this is a great place to be this weekend.
I love watching it.
Great venue right there, too, in Reisterstown. Mark, thank you. If you'd like some more information, you can go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
The latest news from Capitol Hill surrounding Donald Trump, how the former president is reacting to the formal subpoena.
And do not throw away your shot to be in the room where it happened. That's right. We're talking about Hamilton at the Hippodrome. In our next half hour, we are live with one of the show's lead characters. 9/11 is the time.
It is 9:14 and topping your national news headlines, major developments from Capitol Hill, where the Congressional Committee investigating the January 6th attack has now formally subpoenaed former President Trump to testify.
Sinclair's chief political correspondent Scott Thuman joins us live now with what all of this means. Good morning, Scott.
Good morning, Tom and Megan. Yeah, this was a bit of a surprise all along. It appeared possible the committee might do this, but it really wasn't until the last few moments of what was expected to be the final hearing that they voted unanimously to demand Donald Trump testify. Now, in that same hearing, we also saw new video behind the scenes of members of Congress practically begging for the National Guard and state police to be brought in for their protection. We also saw Thursday new evidence via texts, emails, and witness accounts from Trump's inner circle, showing Trump and his advisors had long planned to declare victory and, if need be, claim widespread fraud even when they knew that wasn't the case. And, additionally, that Trump privately admitted behind closed doors that he lost, even though publicly he insisted otherwise. Megan and Tom.
Well, Scott, is there any indication that Trump would testify, and what's his reaction to all of this? What's he saying?
Well, it had been widely assumed that Trump won't comply, but that is still unclear. In fact, there is some reporting out there that Trump has floated the idea of possibly appearing, but only if it were aired live. And then he reposted a similar notion. So maybe it's something he's open to. We don't know. Again, uncertain if any of this might happen. On social media, the former president also attacked the committee, calling it a total bust, and criticized them for not asking him earlier. Remember, all along, Trump has said that this was an unfair process, a one-sided process. And keep in mind, he and many Republicans who called it a farce from the beginning chose not to take part. The next question really is, Tom and Megan, if Trump chooses not to respect the subpoena and testify under oath, would the committee then try to refer it to the Justice Department, try and hold him in contempt, and would the Attorney General pursue that as a case?
Yeah, the big questions right there. Scott, thank you. Sinclair's chief political correspondent, Scott Thuman.
Well, today's number of the day polls voters who have more than $100,000 in investments. A Scott Rasmussen national survey finds 63% say the value of their investments has gone down over the past year. Only 19% say the value of their investments has gone up. 15% say the value has stayed about the same.
9:16 and some more numbers for you right here. We got to find out exactly what the weather's going to be like this weekend.
Yeah, meteorologist Amy Aronson with those details.
Yep, feels pretty nice right now. Little cool out there, but if you look in the distance from our Towson camera, you can start to see some patchy fall colors showing up on the trees there. Still predominantly green, but we're starting to see some yellows and oranges make an appearance, and we should see more and more of that over the upcoming weeks. Feels very fall-like this morning, starting off in the very crisp low and mid-50s right now. Temperatures will be warming, and that's all in wake of yesterday's weather maker. That's moving away from us. Not much is heading towards us. I do want to point out it's already winter in parts of the northern plains. Minnesota dealing with snow this morning. That's the blue stuff on the weather map. Not the case for us, and won't be the case for us, at least in the short term. We are going to stay dry, actually bright and sunny today, with temperatures warming their way right into the mid and upper 60s. As we get into the weekend, I am tracking this little cold front here, but you'll notice it doesn't really send us any rain. Instead, we actually warm up tomorrow with temperatures warming their way into the mid and even upper 70s in some spots. And then here comes the clouds. They make a speedy return on Sunday with another weather maker. This one will come with some moisture. This cold front will send us some showers starting Sunday evening. But most of the weekend is actually rain-free. We'll see clouds give way to sun today with highs in the upper 60s, low to mid 70s tomorrow, nice and mild, bright and sunny. Clouds move in on Sunday, and that's going to bring our temperatures back down a few degrees, back into the upper 60s, but I don't think we're really tracking any rain until Sunday evening. Sunday evening into Monday, that's when the showers move through, and that's what's going to cool us down. So I am tracking a big drop in temperatures between Monday and Tuesday. We'll settle back into the low 50s, and then we'll stay there. And according to the Climate Prediction Center, in their 6 to 10-day temperature outlook, pretty decent chance we will continue with below normal temperatures at least through late October. This outlook takes us all the way through October 23rd. In the short term, we see that cool down coming after a warm weekend. Tomorrow's the warmest day out of the next 7. We'll spend Saturday in the mild low 70s, and then the upper 60s are back on Sunday, along with some extra cloud cover. Scattered showers develop Monday into early Tuesday. After they get out of here, the cooler air takes over. Actually, the chilliest stretch of the season so far brings us into the low and mid 50s Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And check out the overnight lows. It's going to be downright cold with overnight lows dipping into the upper 30s. And remember, you can always use that QR code you see at the bottom of your 7-day forecast. If you want to use it, just scan it with your phone, and it's going to take you right to our WBFF weather app. And you can also get all these weather updates there. Tom?
All right, thank you, Amy. Let's take a quick look at your Len Stoller traffic network and your drive times right here. Slight slowdown from 95 to 83, and it's just because of the volume. Everybody else looks like you're wide open, doing very well. No real incidents to report.
Hamilton on tour at the Hippodrome, so don't miss your shot to get tickets. Coming up, we are live with one of the show's main characters.
And get ready to laugh out loud. Cat Williams 2023 and Me Tour happening tonight in Baltimore. But whoa, wait a minute, Mark Curry just walked in. Yes, he is here and he is pumped to talk about this. You don't want to miss it. Coming right up after the break. 9:19.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
That's good. 9:22. Hang out with a few comedy legends as they take over Baltimore tonight. Joining us this morning is the one, the only, Mark Curry.
That's
He's
right.
sharing more about the Cat Williams 2023 and Me Tour. And you are part of that. You are the MC.
Yes, I'm part of that tour. It's the greatest tour out. So Baltimore, you got to come out and see. If you want to see the best comedy tour, this is the one to see.
How many of you are involved in this?
It's a lot of guys. Zoo Miller, Pretty Bricky, Cat Williams, Tommy Davison, it's a lot.
And
it's a lot of guys. And
how
me.
did you get involved with all of that?
You know,
friends?
Yeah, hanging out with Cat Williams, and he said, "Man, you want to do this tour?" I said, "I would love to do it." This is, we've been doing it for a while. I think I've been with Cat for like 5 years.
Yeah.
So we're bringing the pain to Baltimore.
What is the tour like? What can we expect tonight?
You can expect funny laughter. We have females on the show. We have males on the show. You're gonna get perspective of everything. We even have a singers on the show.
Oh.
So opening up the show, Little Mo, and it's awesome.
Can you give us a little sneak peek about what you're talking about?
What am I talking? Kids. Kids ain't gonna make it.
You got two of them.
I have 2 daughters. Kids ain't gonna make it. If the internet go out, they go out. Just the way it is.
Have you heard the story about that the Gen Z, is that what they're called?
Mm-hmm.
They don't like the thumbs up emoji anymore. They find it hostile.
Yeah,
Have you heard
I
about
believe
this?
Kids find everything hostile, no matter what you say. They talk back. Kids talk back now. I never talk back to my parents.
I didn't dare.
Kids talk. Can I have an opinion now? I think that no. They think my name is Cash App.
That's what your darling, lovely
hey, Cash
daughters
App.
think.
Yeah, I'm not daddy. I'm Cash App. How you doing? And Halloween. I remember Halloween growing up.
I was going to ask you, do you have a costume ready?
You know what? No, I don't. When I was young, we didn't have no money. My mama just put a box on us. That's what. We didn't know what we were. I think we UPS, I guess.
That could work.
Exactly.
I think it's creative. Do you like that pumpkin?
Halloween is so expensive for children. That's $50 a child.
At least.
When I was growing up, we had them little cheap plastic outfits, them flammable ones. It was only like 4 costumes, four characters. That's it.
You can't do that anymore.
Exactly, can't do it.
So you are all over the place.
Yeah.
We're lucky to have you guys on tour here in Baltimore, but
Yeah.
you said you've got 50 cities. You're
We
all
have
over
like
the country.
50 cities, so wherever you are, look, we're bringing the pain to every city. I think that's what we need to do, especially in today's society. We need to laugh, and that's something we don't do is laugh. Am I right?
I think
we
so.
need to laugh every day, and so that's what we're bringing the pain to Baltimore, baby.
And you're planning to make us laugh.
Yes, we're planning to make you laugh.
Do you guys have different comedy techniques? Are you similar in what you're going to be talking about?
Everybody on our tour is different. That's the great part. Everybody, we're going to talk about females, ladies. Can't lie to ladies. Cannot lie to women. Women turn into attorneys. You cannot lie to ladies. So you get the
I'm glad
perspective.
you've learned that.
Yeah, you cannot lie.
How long did it take you to get to that point?
Ladies listen to the background noise. If you call them,
I can hear
so
what you're
where are
thinking.
you at right now? You at McDonald's, but I heard a fork drop. They don't have steel forks there. Where are you? Click. Women do not play.
That just means we're smart.
Exactly. You are smarter than us.
We think it through.
Definitely.
So you're going to share some of those experiences?
Yes, I'm going to share that, and it's going to be an awesome experience. So we want you guys to get tickets right now. I have 2 tickets right now that I'm bootlegging that I'm selling in the back. So no,
I think our director's eyeing them right now. I see some hands.
Yeah.
Taylor's hands up over
Taylor,
there.
I got you, Taylor. Taylor, I got 2 for Taylor in
Mark,
the back. Yes.
We can't say thank you enough for coming in.
Thank you.
Enjoy the show. Enjoy the tour.
Thank you very much.
And all of
Peace.
you.
The real Mark Curry on Instagram. Come on, you got to do that.
We've got a funny weekend ahead for you. The next weather maker, though, is headed to our region, could bring some showers. Meteorologist Amy Aronson tracking the timing of that system in her full Weather Authority forecast.
Police are asking for your help to solve the murder of a Baltimore County teen. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all the details known so far in this investigation.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Say it ain't snow. Look at this. You're taking a live look from Duluth, Minnesota. This is Spirit Mountain there. And as you can see, winter has arrived with residents waking up to some snow. Now, when you first see this, you see the ski slopes and everything. You're like, oh, it's fake snow. They're pumping it out. Nope. This is actually falling from the sky.
Nope.
No?
Nope.
Don't like seeing?
Not on any of it right now. October 14th. Too much.
Yeah,
although I do
Minnesota.
like those things.
Minnesota.
They expect this.
Right.
Thanks for waking up with us. It's Friday. I'm Megan Gillen.
And I'm Tom Rogers. Last week, though, or the beginning of this week, Jonathan Myers said something about snow here in Maryland.
Yes. So let's bring meteorologist Amy Aronson into this because he mentioned what flakes in some parts of the state.
Snow. And I know how you meteorologists get crazy about
that
flurries
word.
and snow.
I know.
Right.
Maybe extreme western Maryland, a few flakes there later next week. I don't think locally any of us are going to be seeing what they're seeing in Minnesota right now. But I do want to show you what's happening on their radar because, yeah, this confirms it. See that blue stuff? That is the snow that's actively falling there now. Don't worry, that little system not headed our way. Eventually, we're tracking a cool down, but this weekend, it's sunshine. Sunny in 70s by the end of the day tomorrow. So we are in good shape. We're in warm shape as we get into the weekend. Mid-50s right now. It is cool to begin, but we are not tracking any winter weather just yet. We're just in full fall mode. If we take a look at what to expect for the rest of the day, plan on sunshine with highs in the upper 60s. Coming up in 10 minutes, we will take a look ahead at the rest of the weekend, and I'll show you when that cool down is coming up. Tom?
All right, thank you, Amy. Taking a look now at your Stoller traffic network, and you see the various cameras around our region right here. Really, the only thing that we have is actually a collision in the express lanes, 95 northbound. Before you make it to 695 in White Marsh there's a slowdown because multiple vehicles collided in the express lanes. You don't want to take the express lanes northbound. Well, we start this half hour with a city in crisis as 6 people are shot. 2 of them died in just the past day. The first shooting happening just after 2:30 yesterday morning in East Baltimore. You see the map where it happened right here, where officers responded to the corner of Boone and East 20th Street. Once arriving, they found a man who was suffering from gunshot wounds. The victim transported to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. Now, in the Western District, though, one man was found dead just before 5 at the North and Woodbrook Park. When arriving, police say they found the victim suffering from gunshot wounds. He was pronounced dead on the scene.
Then, at 1:30 p.m., officers responded to a triple shooting in Cherry Hill. Police say 2 of the victims walked into hospitals, while witnesses say one of the victims was shot in both legs and went into a nearby store for help.
It was just so like, it sounded like it was in the air until somebody came into the store and was like, hey, I got shot, help, please.
Well, you just heard from an employee of that store there, and he says they locked the store to make sure that nobody followed behind. He tells us the violence in Baltimore needs to stop.
I just wanted to stop because I know that we all lovers out here, and I know we want to see more for everybody. So if we can just stop the shooting and stop everything else, because I feel like we can make it.
Well, the latest shooting happening right on Reisterstown Road at Beeler Avenue. Just after 7 last night, police found a man shot dead in the front seat of a car.
Given the violent day, at least 577 people have been shot and survived so far this year. That is 13 more than this same time last year. 264 people have lost their lives to violence this year.
From murders to carjackings and a recent high-speed chase, Baltimore City has seen a rise in young people committing violent crimes.
During our exclusive interview with Ivan Bates, he addressed juvenile crime, saying that he doesn't want to prosecute them, but he will if he has to.
Where's the mentor programs? You know, I've done a lot of work with juveniles over my years, and one of the things I understand and know is mentorship is so important. Giving that positive role model, hearing those young individuals to find out what this problem that they have. So I don't want to necessarily do it in the criminal justice system, but if I have to, then I will.
Well, Shannon Lilly will be joining us in just a few minutes to talk about the juvenile crime all across the state and concerns with the juvenile justice system.
But first, we start with Olivia Dance, as police are now asking for the public's help in solving the murder of a Baltimore County school football player. Olivia.
Well, good morning, Megan. And just as you mentioned, police this morning are now asking for your help to solve the murder of a teen. They believe that there's video of what happened and that it could lead to a breakthrough in this case. 14-year-old Travis Stoller was a football player here at Milford Mill Academy, and it's now been 6 weeks since he was shot and killed just less than half a mile away from the school. But the two big questions that remain now are who did this and why. The incident happened following a football game on September 2nd near the intersection of Washington Avenue and Liberty Road. Another juvenile boy was also shot, but he survived. And as time goes on, police and family members are desperate for answers.
He was so excited about going to high school. He was always very fun, loving and outgoing, just a wonderful spirit. It's very disheartening. To be honest, words can't sum up the way that I feel about this situation.
And the family has been pushing to rename the intersection Travis Way as a means to keep his memory and this case alive. For now, reporting live in Baltimore County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. Moving now to Howard County, we are learning 15-year-old boy is in custody in connection with the murder in Columbia.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with reaction from the community and how this case is part of a much larger trend. Shannon.
Yeah, not only is this murder stunning for people who live in the area, but the age of the suspect is too. Now, of course, no one can say for sure why we keep seeing this trend of young people committing acts of violence, but people we spoke to in that area have an idea. Listen.
I feel like social media, definitely the music, these kids not having any boundaries, really no discipline, no respect.
And I feel like parents are nowadays not paying attention to what their kids are doing.
Yeah, those neighbors reacting to the murder that happened right here at the Bluffs at Hawthorne Apartments on Hickory Ridge Road in Howard County. Now, last Friday, a resident was shot and killed outside of his own building, and now police are charging a 15-year-old boy as an adult in this murder. This is just the latest juvenile to be charged in a violent crime. In fact, you'll remember just 3 weeks ago, police say 2 juveniles, one possibly as young as 11 years old, tried to rob an employee at gunpoint at the Baltimore Animal Rescue and Care Shelter. And then days before that, a 17-year-old high school student was arrested in the murder of another 17-year-old student who was gunned down in the Mervo High School parking lot. Well, Sean Kennedy with the Maryland Public Policy Institute argues that all of this is just further evidence that the juvenile justice system in our state is broken. Reporting this morning, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Well, the Ravens are gearing up to take on the Giants at MetLife this Sunday afternoon. Coming up on our Fox 45, teammates go head-to-head to decide who will be victorious in this week's Pigskin Predictions.
And take advantage of the sunshine this weekend. Meteorologist Amy Aronson is going to let us know when temperatures will be dropping. 9:37 now on Good Day Baltimore.
fan, so I know he knows football. And look at that. He always comes ready. Of course he does.
Yes, I'm ready.
Captain Defense is my challenger for this week's Pigskin Predictions. All right, you ready to go?
I'm ready.
I think looking at you and looking at me, we already know the answer to this one.
Yes.
Baltimore Ravens at New York Giants.
I'm taking the Ravens.
Of course.
We're on a 2-game winning streak. That second win. I'm
it's
happy.
going to be a tough game.
Yes, it's
but
gonna be tough.
And they have our former defensive coordinator, so
Right.
Wink's going to try and tell them all our secrets.
Wink lives by the blitz, and he dies by the blitz, so we're going to get a lot of heat.
All right, there we go. We're going with the Ravens, both of us. New England Patriots at Cleveland Browns. This could be a...
And
maybe.
Belichick, we trust. I trust Belichick.
Yeah.
He's going to have something for the quarterback in Cleveland, so I take the Patriots.
I want to say that too, but okay, yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't want to go with Cleveland, so I'm going to go with the Patriots there too. Cincinnati Bengals at New Orleans Saints.
I'm taking the Cincinnati Bengals.
Are you?
Yes, they have a better quarterback, and I think Jameis Winston. I think he won't be playing, so I'm taking the Bengals.
All right, I think I'm going to go with the Saints because they're at home.
Okay.
I see the reasoning for the Bengals, but I'm going to go with the Saints just because they're home. Tampa Bay Buccaneers at Pittsburgh Steelers. What do you think? You look like you're like,
I'm taking the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the Pittsburgh Steelers, and a rebuild.
They're definitely in a rebuild. They are not the Steelers that we used to know. Which, hey, so what?
So what? I feel sorry for them, but anyway.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers, if it weren't for the Steelers, in their rebuild, I don't know about Tampa Bay because Brady's just going through so much. I don't know if he's going to go the distance this season.
Right, but he may be down since his wife's supposed to leave him. But anyway.
For this game, though, I'm going to go with the Bucs. All right, Buffalo Bills at Kansas City Chiefs. This is going to be a good game.
That's going to be a close one. I think I'll take the Kansas City Chiefs because they're playing at home. And they rarely lose at the Arrowhead Stadium. So I'm taking the Chiefs.
I could see that, but I'm going to go with the Bills.
Okay.
I mean, because both teams have great offense.
Right.
I just think the Bills have the defense to pull out the win there. So I'm going to go with the Bills.
Yeah, the Bills have the better defense.
All right.
You're right.
Well, share your pigskin predictions with me each week. Just go to my Facebook page and leave me a post.
History is happening at the Hippodrome, and we just happen to be in the greatest city in the world where you can get your tickets to see, think you guessed it, Hamilton. 9:42 now on Good Day Baltimore.
9:45, and yeah, it's a Friday morning, and there is a lot planned for the weekend.
Ooh, meteorologist Amy Aronson to let us know how the forecast will be for all those plans.
Fortunately, looking good. Weather cooperating starting today. Actually, we've got a lot of time to enjoy the sunshine that we're now seeing. Sunset happening at 6:29, right before 6:30. In just 1 week, though, we bring that back to 6:19 and then 6:10 and then, 6 o'clock in only 3 weeks. And then we fall back November 6th. At that point, sunset's extra early, just before 5 o'clock. But right now, we're enjoying the sunshine. It's back after a day of rain. Mid-50s to start your day off, upper 60s to end. A couple of comfortable days, cool nights ahead of us with rain returning again late Sunday, getting into Monday. But much of the weekend is dry. We're saying goodbye to this weather maker that's moving away from us. Coming in behind it, not much of anything at all. Instead, we're soaking up the sunshine today. We're in pretty good shape from here on out. Temperatures will be warming their way through the 60s, mid and upper 60s today. Clear skies, cool temperatures will dominate tonight, and then another nice, bright, sunny day tomorrow with some warm temperatures. Pretty nice for October, right? We'll spend Saturday in the low to mid 70s. Perfect for all your outdoor plans. The clouds speed back in by Sunday morning. At that point, it's cooler. But as we head through Sunday afternoon, the clouds give way to sun and highs rebound back into the upper 60s, low 70s again. Today's going to be a nice start to the weekend. Perfect for whatever you have planned outside, maybe some fall activities, heading to the pumpkin patch before the crowds hit this weekend. We've got sunny skies plus mid to upper 60s by the afternoon. Tonight's going to be a nice one by the fire pit. We've got clear skies and cool temperatures as lows settle back into the mid 50s. For the runners racing in the Baltimore Marathon tomorrow, it's going to be perfect running conditions, especially in the morning. Dry and cool to start, low 50s to begin, and then upper 60s by the time that race wraps up, with plenty of sunshine to go along with it. Quick look ahead at your 7-day forecast shows that next weather maker arriving late Sunday into Monday, bringing us scattered showers. Wraps up Tuesday, and after that, some of the chilliest air of the season arrives with highs in the low to mid 50s. Overnight lows dipping into the upper 30s. Now, in just a couple of minutes, we will take a look ahead at how long this cool stretch lasts in your full 10-day forecast. Tom, Megan.
Well, happening now, do not throw away your shot to be in the room where it all happened. Lin-Manuel Miranda's Hamilton is back in Baltimore with shows at the Hippodrome now until the 30th. And this morning, we're speaking to the top dog, the pride of Mount Vernon, Marcus Joy, who plays George Washington. Join us live with more on these performances. Good morning, Marcus.
Good morning. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing really well, though. Let's find out a little bit about this show, though. I mean, there's 3 traveling crews right here. I actually have a high school friend of mine who plays Aaron Burr. He's on the Angelica tour right now. But
nice.
It's a great performance. I mean, just something that's going to be around for decades. A whole generation is impacted by this. So tell us about, what is your favorite song? What's your favorite part in the show?
Oh, man. Yeah. Well, my favorite song in the show is one that I'm actually not in. It's the Schuyler Sisters. Yeah. It's just, I grew up in the 90s, the 80s and 90s, and like, I just love that era of music. And, they modeled that song after TLC, their first album, the vibe of that first album. And, it's just so much fun, and it's got that 90s hip hop beat, and it's just like, it always makes me happy, and whenever I see it, I just wish I could do it, but not in that part.
No, but it's so amazing to be able to sit there. I mean, you're on the sidelines watching it. Do you ever get distracted and be like, oh, that's right, here's my cue?
Oh, yeah, no, I'm dancing with them in the wings.
All right, so do you ever pick on your counterparts that are playing George Washington in the other roles? Because let me read something out to you. You may have read this, but Marcus Choi's terrifically commanding portrayal of George Washington, remarkable national tour of Hamilton, exudes grit, tenacity, passion, and sincerity. Does this ever kind of come to you're like, I'm playing this role, which the whole world knows. I get to play this role now and travel around and just be part of that.
I mean, first of all, you need to tell me where you got that quote. That's a great quote.
Dayton.com. You were in Dayton.
Okay. All right, great. I honestly, it really is. It's an honor playing the role, and something that Tommy Kail, our director, told us was that we're ambassadors of the show, right? Because we're traveling and we are presenting the show to people who can't make it to New York. Yep. And even though we're 6-7 years in now, geez, time flies by. The show's been around for a minute, right? And so we go around and we are bringing the show to people. So we're stewards of the story. We're ambassadors of the show. So it is an honor to play this role of somebody who is just so full of integrity and selflessness and stood for so much in the creation of this country. You know?
Yeah, but Marcus, you're bringing people that typically would say, "Oh, theater? No way." You're bringing in generations of people now that are going back to theater, and going, "Hey, yeah, definitely. This is fun. This is a lot of fun."
Yeah, yeah. I call Hamilton a generational show. You said it exactly. There are other shows like that in the past, like Wicked, Rent, Les Mis, Phantom. These are all shows that withstand the test of time, right? And I believe that Hamilton is one of those shows. It's going to be around for decades, you know. And the great thing about Hamilton is that it touches on so many genres of people who enjoy theater, people who enjoy musicals, hip hop, history. So it's joining all these people to one central location to be in a room together where they might not necessarily have been, you know.
Yeah, incredible. And completely different than Sharknado. I'll just leave it there.
Completely different. Completely different.
Oh, it's wonderful to be able to spend a few minutes with you, and can't wait to see you down at the Hippodrome here in Baltimore. Thank you for doing this and for being such a great role as George Washington. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you. Well, the wait is almost over. The National Air and Space Museum reopening today with 8 new galleries that take you to new heights from aviation to space exploration.
So many people have been waiting for this moment. You're going to have to reserve a timed entry pass online to explore the exhibit, including the Planets Gallery. It is a reimagined way of looking at our solar system to understand Earth and really all the worlds beyond. Instead of just getting a conventional tour that begins with the sun and then moves out, we are looking at the solar system by getting a look from the outside in.
And this is just phase 1 of the reopening. When the project is done in just a few years, there will be a total of 23 new galleries.
We'll stay with Fox 45 Morning News after the break. Meteorologist Amy Aronson has that exclusive 10-day forecast. 9:52 on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
9:55 on now a bright and sunny Friday morning. What a difference a couple hours makes. We started with clouds, we started with rain. The sun is back and it's here to stay as we head into the weekend. Fall weekends tend to be really busy and the weather is important and it looks like it's going to be a good one this weekend. So that's good news. Today, upper 60s. Tomorrow, the pick of the weekend, just because it's going to be all sunshine, a nice warm breeze, low to mid 70s. And then Sunday still looks pretty nice. We just have some extra clouds and upper 60s. And enjoy it because look at what's coming. If you look like at the end of this, it's going to get chilly. So
when you were showing that earlier, Megan was actually shivering when you said, "Oh, it's going to be cold."
You said 30, and it was like, I don't know what came over me. It was like this outer body experience.
I totally feel that because who wants to do 30s already? I feel like we're not.
It's always tough in the beginning.
So there is
too.
a chance of snow.
Oh,
we're talking 30s.
You know what? There's a chance of frost on the pumpkin.
Yeah, very true. That's more like
man. Have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday morning, and these ladies will see you tomorrow.
Yes, we will. Join us on Saturday and Sunday.